Hello? Hello, everyone? Actually, let's move this a bit closer. Okay. So, today on VTubing, my slow life hobbies in my 30s, I, Sugi Yamagawa, we're going to be making Oktoberfest. So, some of you might be wondering, why start now? Believe it or not, all the standard commercial microbreweries and whatnot, they've probably have already started their batches of Oktoberfest, especially considering they usually release them sooner. But yeah, since it takes, let's see, a good, well, for an Oktoberfest, probably like 5-6 weeks for it to be like ready. Now is actually like the time to start, because also like Oktoberfest also happens in like early part of September now. So, to just go ahead and get today's ball moving, I'm gonna go. I have 5 gallons of water in my kettle here, and we're gonna go ahead and get this start heated up for the mash. And as far as like doing like a walk through the process and everything, what we're gonna do here today, I'm gonna do that after I get this burner running. Where we get? Hey! Ah. Woo! Okay, so burner's running. So let's talk a little bit about beer, and specifically what it's made from. Come here, you visual aid, you. So here in this plastic bag, we have what's called the malt. There we go. Also, malt is very dusty after you mill it, because it's basically germinated grains, and yeah, you crush them, you send them through a mill, so that way you can like get like, that way the water can actually like really get into them. And yeah, it's basically like it's very floury. It'll get things messy if you're not careful. So we are currently prepping for the mash step. So this is all grain brewing, so this is generally speaking the cheaper version, and this is also like the more cheaper and I guess, yeah, traditional, I suppose. So you start off with malted grains. So for a grain to become malted, it has to be germinated first, because eventually the yeast that make the beer have the alcohol in it, the yeast eats sugar. Well, right now this is all starch. Right now it's all starch, because what plants do is, while some of you may know that like photosynthesis makes sugar, well, keeping sugar around in the form of sugar can cause it to break down and spoil easily. It is better to convert it to a starch, which I think, I'm not exactly 100% sure on the chemistry of converting a sugar into a starch and then back again. But plants store sugar as starch. And when they make babies, i.e. grains, well, when grasses make basically grass seed, grains are grass seed, edible grass seed, they give their newborns a decent bit of nutrition in order to get started, and that's the starch. So in mashing, basically what we're going to do is we're going to introduce warm or hot water. Temperatures for this are around 140 to Well, for an Oktoberfest, we'll be aiming for like somewhere around 140 Fahrenheit to 150 Fahrenheit. But depending on the style of beer you're going for, you can be right at 140, 139 Fahrenheit and go as far up to 158. And when you have that warm of an environment with your grains, that will activate enzymes. I think amylase is one, and then I think another is beta-glucosinase. It's actually been a really long time since I really like dug into like my books on brewing and everything, because at one point in time I was like, learn all the things, learn all the terminology, and now I'm at the point where if I do these steps in this order and I mind my cleanliness of my equipment and the quality of my supplies, I will get good beer. And the fact that society has been brewing beer since the days of the pharaohs, like, it's not hard. It's not a hard thing to do, especially considering the fact we have like modern sanitizers and other such things that help maintain the equipment, and also just better quality ingredients. So that's a little bit about the mashing process. So the temperature on the kettle is coming up. Right now we're at 90 degrees Fahrenheit. We want this water to reach, let's see, where would I want this to be at? Probably like 160. Because even if we want to get these grains mixed with water at like 140, 145, you want to be a little bit warmer. Reason being, these grains are basically room temperature. The mash tun is at room temperature. So you gotta have a little bit warmer water, but you don't want to have like too much. You don't want to be like super hot with your water. You don't want to mash in with boiling hot water. That's bad. Because if your mash gets too hot, your mixture of your malt and your water, it denatures the enzymes, and you're not going to have sugar. Well, your starch isn't going to turn into sugar, and you won't have beer. So that's a bit of a primer on mashing. That's where we're getting ready for. So for now, we will transition to, I guess, talking about the recipe. So this is some Oktoberfest recipe. I found this off the internet ages ago. I've been actually, I'm curious. How long have I been brewing this? Because I've been brewing, okay, well, yeah, I know I've been brewing it since 2020. Let's see, let's go back to 2019. I'm pretty sure I was doing it back then. Oh wow, the color of the ink changed. Let's see, I'm in the 2017s in the recipe book. Let's see. Ooh. Oh, wow. Yeah. So, I'm gonna save my spot here. But yeah. Been brewing this recipe since 2017. And now, 2014. And this is actually my most brewed recipe. It'll live there for now. Because Oktoberfest is hands down, above and beyond, my favorite style of beer. Mostly because well, I've always liked it, but where I'm at right now, I really like beer styles that are drinkable, have a nice bit of like flavor to them. You know, like a nice like characteristic to them or something. Like lagers are fine, but they're just a bit lacking, I suppose. So Oktoberfest has emerged as like my top favorite style of beer. Other notable styles I like, and I mean, easy drinking, flavorful beer is actually a pretty broad category when you think about it. Like, let's see, you got Belgian wit beers. Oh my gosh, those are so good. Saison beer. I would even like argue like a pale ale, like a just good solid pale ale that's like flavorful and like not heavy on the, like the ABV. And you can also have stuff like Hefeweizen and English ale. Like they're stuff that's like easy drinking, but it's got a good flavor to it. I think is going to be popular with anyone. And for me personally, that is the Oktoberfest. Like, I actually brewed this already this year, back in January, simply because I was like, I'm a home brewer. I can make my own beer. And I want to drink Oktoberfest in March because, well, I can and I want to. So that's what I did. So I made a batch up earlier this year. So this batch is actually going to be for like actual like Oktoberfest, actual fall season. And also, like, I am also a person who genuinely believes that fall is best season. Mild temperatures, trees looking absolutely beautiful, all the like different like crops that are coming in. Like, fall is best season, hands down best season. And this being like Oktoberfest being the quintessential like fall beer, I am doing work today to set myself up to have a really good fall in a couple of months. So I've yapped a little bit. I want to check my temperature. Okay, so I'm at 110 on the kettle, so we've got a little bit more time. So let's talk about the recipe. So can I just, this is going to be work to hold my hand here. So we are working primarily with, we've got 5 pounds of Pilsner malt. We have 2 3/4 of Munich, 2 3/4 of Vienna, ½ pound wheat, ½ pound Victory, and a ½ pound biscuit. So a little bit about these malts and like what they do for the beer. Pilsner malt, that is going to be your like main beer, not your main beer, your main malt. It's your main malt. It's going to be kind of the backbone malt, and it's going to like really help, like it's really good for like lighter beers. Of course, Pilsner's in the name. Granted, Pilsner is also like a really good beer style as well. So we're going to give it a little bit more touch. We're going to be adding Munich and Vienna malts. So those malts have a bit more color to them. A Pilsner malt will only contribute a really light yellow to the beer. So, and for like an Oktoberfest, we definitely want to go with something that has a bit more of like an, I guess let's go say amber color. And a good chunk of that color is going to help come from our Munich and Vienna malts. And also Victory, I believe. That's going to kind of help get us a little bit more of a body, a little bit more of substance. One of the things that makes Oktoberfest like a really good beer. So next up we got a ½ pound of wheat. Wheat is always good to add to your beers when you want. So a big thing wheat does is it adds protein, and part of adding additional protein to your beer, that gets you better head retention and also like head formation. And the head of the beer is like that layer of foam on top. Adding wheat malts is always a good way to improve the head characteristics of a beer. And also protein is, and also that protein given by the wheat, that's really good for the body of the beer, or the body, the mouth feel. the oomph of it. And then we also have some biscuit malt. Biscuit malt is actually what it sounds like. It will actually give us a little bit of a bready note. What else? What I'm trying to think of, like all the different like little flavors, but usually the biscuit gives you a bit more of a bready type of flavor to the beer. You definitely would be using like a larger amount of this if you were brewing an amber ale. You'd be using more there. But yeah, I think that's about really all there is to talk about the biscuit malt. And of course, Victory from earlier. Victory has some also real nice like other flavors to it, but brain's empty right now on the details of what all those other flavors are. And also just like kind of just something to talk about. The reason why one of the ways we have all these different sort of malts is they're actually not different grains. It's not like different varieties of barley, which all these malts originate from barley with the exception of course the wheat. Wheat is wheat. That's actually one of the reasons why it has so much more protein in it. It's because it's just like a whole other different thing. And well, side note, or a bit of a side tangent, the gluten in bread, wheat, that's actually, I believe that is actually a protein. And yeah, that is just a thing that wheat has. And also kind of another sidetrack. So, when a lot of the German brewers first left to Europe to go to America, when they were brewing beer here in America, they could never get really clear beer versus like what they were used to being able to make back at home in Europe. Well, it turns out if you grow barley in North America, it will have a higher protein content to it. And because the base malts had a higher protein content to it, that was contributing to a thing that's called protein haze in beer, where you'll have like a slight haziness, especially. So if you have like a slight haze at a colder temperature, and then it warms up a bit and it kind of clears out, usually that's protein haze. Which they were actually able to finally work around that by actually using corn and rice in the malt bill. And you can and generally speaking, you can use any type of malted grain in your mash. But going back to the enzymes from earlier, barley has far and above the most amount of those enzymes in terms of like the weight unit for unit of measure. And because of that, if you're adding like, if you were doing a lot of like, usually things that are not barley are called adjuncts, but I don't feel like calling wheat an adjunct. It just feels weird to me. When you're adding stuff that's not barley, you generally want to make sure you have enough barley in your malt bill, which the malt bill is basically this list of malts you're using. That's the malt bill. So this is the malt. We're using 6 malts in our malt bill for this beer. So, where was that train going? Train, come back. Come back. I haven't even really been drinking. But I'll have some water now. But when you're adding like other grains like rice or corn, you definitely want to make sure you have enough barley in there so that way you have enough of those enzymes that can break the starches in those grains into sugar. Because if you don't have sugar, you're just not going to end up with beer. That's just how this works. So, yapped a little bit. Let's see what we got. Ooh. Okay, okay. So, we're coming up on 140 degrees temperature for our strike water. So, our strike water is now starting, and that's what this water is called before it goes into the mash, strike water. So, we're getting close to where this is basically at the temperature we want to mash at. We're going to let it heat up some more. But since we're starting to get real close to where we want to mash in, I'm going to go ahead and get this grain in the mash tun. Which is this container. So, we've got a little sieve in there. That is to, when we go to take what's called the wort, which is what all this is going to, which this water is going to turn into wort thanks to the power of these grains. This is going to keep the grains and all the small off bits from those grains in here, so that way when we take the fluid from here and put it back in here, we won't have like a whole bunch of like small bits and stuff. So go ahead and add malt to the mash tun. Woo! As you can see, there's definitely some cloudiness. That's all the flour. Woo! Well, that's actually all the starch from the grains. I'm gonna shake out the bag real nice and good. Usually I get some grains in these like handles. Okay. We'll just take this up and fold it to the side and try not to get grain dust all over my clothes. So, this is the malt in the mash tun. Maybe wondering, what is a mash tun? Mash tun is where you mash. Stirring stick's gonna be important later, but not now. So, the reason why this is basically an igloo container is when you mash, you want to maintain the temperature of your mash at a certain level for an extended period of time. By an extended period of time, I'm talking in an hour. So by the time we take our strike water, strike in, give it a good stir. I've got like 5 gallons here. We'll probably put like 4 or 4.5. We'll see how things go. This will sit for an hour. And that hour is going to be the time when all the enzymes in our barley will be converting all the starches in our barley into sugar. And it's going to make it sweet. And it's going to make it sweet to the point where if we did not have hops, beer would actually be a sickeningly sweet beverage. Even with like yeast mostly eating up a lot of the sugars, because of how the various like enzymes work during the mashing process, sometimes the enzymes aren't broken down fully or completely. So you can end up with stuff, you end up with like basically chains off the starch molecule called an unfermentable sugar. The yeast can't, it's a sugar, but the yeast can't do anything with it. And that's actually what contributes to some of the sweetness in like your stouts, porters, ambers, some of your more malt-heavy beers. But I gotta take a look, because this is running. Okay, yeah, so I'm starting to get over 150, making my way towards 160 degrees temperature. So we're gonna go ahead and start mashing it. Because I don't want to strike in with too hot of a water. This is also why I'm using my stirring stick here. We got a nice cloud of steam, and the shop now smells like hot cereal. To give you any idea what this like smells like, this literally smells like hot cereal. Which is actually a pretty nice smell, but this also means since I'm doing it in the basement and in the shop, this is also a walkout basement, by the way, so I do have a garage door cracked open for airflow and to make sure my propane burner does not kill me. So rest assured on a safety perspective. So we're gonna go ahead and I'm gonna wait for my water line in here to get a gallon and a half. And this is kind of how you like step it up, is that you just add your water in, give your mash a stir, kind of let it sit, and then you mash in with some more water again. That way you're gradually upping the temperature of your mash and not being like, hey, it's now 150 degrees now. Sorry about your luck, buddy. Well, sorry about your luck, buddy, to all the enzymes in there. So, close that. And now we stir the mash. Biggest reason why we're stirring the mash is to break up what are called dough balls, like clumps in the mash. We don't want that. We want to make sure our mash is as uniformly uniformly covered by water in contact with it. So, usually your first like gallon and a half, you end up with a hot, steaming, crumbly, thick mixture. This is also where I'm going to add a handy-dandy thermometer. Bloop! And that thermometer is going to help me keep track of the temperature in here. And now we're going to mash in with round 2. So in this round, we should start to get a bit more of a liquid consistency to it. It'll make it a lot easier to stir. Wowzers, this is making a lot of steam. Doesn't seem like it's super boiling. But who knows, maybe I'll just take a look at the temperature of the thing after I have everything settle out. Also, some of you may have been noticing there might be some floaty bits in the kettle. We are currently on what's called the hot side of the brewing process. So, because everything is getting basically nuke boiled by large amounts of heat, we don't need to be... Woo! That was a big splash. So, just really give it a real nice stir. And then like kind of like lurch down, go around. You really want to like make sure there's no like dough balls. Ooh, I lost my... Don't want to lose my thermometer. And then, let's see here. Let's get an idea where we're at. Okay, so according to the thermometer, we're under like 120 Fahrenheit. So our target temp 140, 142 for an Oktoberfest. Because the temperature at what you mash at will determine some of the characteristics of the wort. If you mash at higher temp, because those enzymes in the barley, some of them are active at different temperatures. And different enzymes will break down the starch in different ways. So if you're like in the low 140 degrees Fahrenheit temperature range for your mash, you're gonna get shorter sugars. You're gonna get more fermentable sugars. So you're gonna end up with a beer that has more sugar available for yeast, but less sugar available for a body. So for something easy drinking and clean like an Oktoberfest, this is what we want. If we were making a stout or a porter, undesirable. We would want to bring it up a bit higher, like up to 150, 156, those temperature ranges. We would want those warmer temperature ranges. That would give us more unfermented sugars, and therefore more body, more of the characteristics that are known from those styles. So, I'm just going to give this a quick stir, because I actually think this is actually pretty warm. I think it's pretty warm. I don't know. So, give it a nice good stir. Because I know this is probably getting pretty warm. And let it sit. couple seconds. Let that thermometer get happy so that way I can get a good reading, good idea. And okay, so we ended up a little warm. So right now, actually, so I'm gonna want more water in here later for the day. So I'm gonna go ahead and add some water. And I'm probably gonna add probably up to about 3, close to. And we're gonna let this sit for a moment. So earlier, when I just checked that thermometer, I was seeing we were pretty close to 150, which is a bit warm. We don't want to be there. And then this is just gonna sit for a bit. So I'm gonna go ahead and give it another stir. And as you see that steam come out, stirring helps. It not only helps like bring the temperature down just a bit, it also helps even the temperature. Because who knows? Maybe I got that 150 because I had a hot spot in the mash. I don't know. But if I stir it, I'm gonna have a more even temperature in the mash, and I'll have and that's gonna help give me a clearer picture. Also, if I am a little bit warm, doing some stirring is gonna help like lower the temperature a little bit. So just let that sit. Give it a few minutes just so that way I can have like a reasonably good understanding. Oh, good evening to you too. But yeah, we're just mashing in right now, and we're gonna just see what our temperature is at. Okay, temperature. We are at like 146, 148. So we ideally want to be around the 144, 142. So just a hair on the hot side. So since we're on just a hair bit over, I'm going to continue to stir. And also I'm going to make a mental note. I'm going to go ahead and consider, let's see, 135 as my start point for the mash. First time watching a cooking live stream like this. I mean, brewing is one of the sub-skills of cooking. Kind of an off-branch of baking. But yeah, we're just gonna keep this... I burn the kitchen if I cook. Well, here we're in a shop with a concrete floor, so... less burning materials. Granted, we're also working with an open propane flame. But yeah, we're just gonna keep letting this mash do what it does. Granted, also beer brewing is like almost a process wholly different to cooking in the fact it's like, okay, cool, if I start cooking today, it's gonna be ready in, let's see, 6 weeks if we're quick about it. Other beer styles, especially like higher ABV ones, you're looking at months of lead time from the day you do what we're doing here today and the day you actually have like a thing to enjoy. So, I'm gonna go ahead. Actually, I'm gonna leave the cat. I'm gonna turn the burner off. Close the propane. Mostly because I actually noticed I had a slight leak in the valve, well, yeah, the connector between the propane tank and the thing earlier, and I was like, okay, cool. I'm just gonna have to close the propane tank when I'm not close that valve. So, where are we at? Oh wow, that actually jumped. That's not supposed to happen. We're gonna go ahead and... because that most recent temperature read was probably around 156, and if I was reading it right, and then I'm like, I do not like 156. That is not what we want here today. We want slightly cooler temperature, probably around 142. Stir. We're gonna let that set. But yeah, actually one of my reasons for becoming a VTuber was just, I was like, man, I really want to watch a VTuber brew beer. So I became a VTuber so I could watch a VTuber brew beer. Me and the strange motivations I have in my life. Okay, so I was still reading a bit above my 150. So since I am like 10 degrees above, I'm gonna splash some water. Cool it down. And bloop. Off to the side. And stir once more. A big thing with brewing is always take it easy. Don't try to do things quickly. Don't try to make big changes, especially if you're trying to like dial in the temperature of a mash. Like right now we're just, well, we're like in like the 150 range, so lower 150 range. So that means we're not so warm where we deactivate enzymes. Of the progress. Oh, thank you. I mean, I always just thought it'd be real funny if like an anime character explained how beer worked. But yeah. So you always want to be like really easy with your temperature controls. Because if you do anything like too big, too drastic, don't... I think there was like one time I was making a beer and I got really scared that I just like stupidly overshot my temperatures. And I was like, oh god, what did I do? What did I do? And then I got panicky and did dumb stuff. And then I eventually realized later that I may have had too many beers while I was making the beer and ended up with... what did I end up with? Like the beer turned out fine, but my problem was I actually was reading the Celsius side of the thermometer and not the Fahrenheit side. The joys of using freedom units. Alright. Let's take a look. Okay, so I am evenly at 150. So, once again, another splash of water. Maybe a little bit longer this time, since that first splash got us down about 2 degrees. And we'll try this out. And get back to stirring. Getting the right temperature for your mash is the most important part of mashing, and also keeping that temperature for this part of the process. Because your temperature is going to determine what enzymes do what work to your malts. Like your malt build, like the selection of malts that you have, those are definitely going to impact the beer a lot. But also, your mash temperatures are also going to very much affect the beer. So, like, if we were to just work with like the temperatures we're seeing now, would end up with more unfermented sugars, less sugars that the yeast can make use of, which would probably turn it... let's see, because we're just going for like a standard style Oktoberfest, and if I remember right, the Munich styles have a bit more body, so basically, if we were to just run with these temperatures, we would end up with a more Munich style of Oktoberfest. Ooh, okay, very nice. So we're down in the like 146. I'm not sure if I can. Ah, there we go. Yeah, they're like 140, mid 140 range. You're really close to where we want to be. So I'm gonna splash some more water in for a little bit, and then it's going to be more of the same process of add a little bit of water, stir, see where I'm going to end up, and if I'm happy with it, I'm going to throw the cap. I'm going to throw the cap on for the mash tun, and we're going to let this sit for an hour. But I did start my hour clock early, about 10 minutes ago, because even while we're trying to like get this temperature, get the temperature of the wort dialed in just right, those enzymes are working on those starches, and are breaking those starches down. That way we can give our yeast something to turn into alcohol. So stop the stir there, to the side. And I know we're already making sugar because from the handful of times I've had to touch the thermometer, my hands are starting to get sticky. And it's like, oh, yep, stickiness. Yeah, that's sugar, all right. That's what sugar will do to you. Absolute sticky mess of a stuff. Hey, now. Okay, so we're still like 140, still mid. On the mid 140. Oh, actually, you know what? I should probably go ahead and add a splash. Like for cooking and craftsmanship. Thank you. Thank you very much. Not really sure if I call myself much of a craftsman. More like just a guy who does stuff in his garage for fun. But speaking of cooking, though, one of the streams for next week, probably actually next Saturday's stream, my potatoes are almost done. My container potatoes. So since I also want to like incorporate a little bit more gardening type stuff, we're actually going to be harvesting potatoes. And since I think it will be a little boring to just harvest potatoes, we're also going to make something with those potatoes. I don't know what we're going to make exactly, though. Usually I just like to dice my potatoes up and just like fry them. Is usually how I enjoy potatoes. But it'll be a potato harvest and a cooking stream next week, which I think will be fun. I'm actually really looking forward to seeing how many potatoes I got in the containers, because the plants looked like they did really well, so I'm really excited to find out if I actually did good. Oh. Ooh. Okay. So with that, thermometer said we were a bit cool. We were right at 140. So 140 is fine. So I'm just gonna give it a bit of a stir, and then we're gonna let that sit for just a moment. So hopefully with this final temperature reading, we can put our cap on, and the mash will actually just be the mash thing. And then once that's running, I'm actually gonna crack open a past brew and kind of talk about that, because this is actually like the slowest part of the process is mashing, because once you get everything dialed in, you just cover it up, and then you usually, if I'm not doing anything special while I'm mashing, this is actually like a really good time to just like make a meal, something quick. Okay. So we're right at 140. I'm gonna go ahead and put the cover on. Close. There you go. Cool. So we're 18 minutes, 19 minutes into the, wait, math. 14. So we're about a quarter of the way into the mash, because we're gonna let this sit for like an hour. Or at least clockwise time. So with that, let's grab something. And bring it in. So, where's my bottle opener? Here's a bottle opener. Earlier, I did a stream where I made this pale ale, and unfortunately, I actually had to, let's see, I actually had to end that stream early due to the fact that I had I ran out of propane entirely. Get the pour. Gotta show the pour. And then also with, yeah, I can actually use this. Those look cool. Barely caught up today's stream because it's a bit early. Yeah, this one was gonna actually happen earlier, but I had a friend cancel plans on me, and that actually freed me up to push this back because I was gonna start it during my on-call hours at work, which is fine as long as no calls come in. But if calls came in, then I might have to like stop something. So this is the past beer. So here's kind of like the side view of it. So it's pale ale, bit darker, more amber color, lots more hops. This little bit. You can kind of sort of slightly see that it's got a bit of haziness to it. Generally speaking, when you're working with homebrew, you will always have a slight layer of yeast on the bottom of your bottles. So you want to pour off, you want to kind of do a little bit of a pour, just go real nice and easy with it. And then once you have just a hair bit, well, probably lasts like quarter inch of liquid, maybe a bit more, a centimeter or something, left in your bottle, you want to like just tip it up. So that way you can separate out your yeast from your brew. And you will end up with a clearer, better example of a beer. And cheers. Like early because it's just 1 a.m. Others like around 2. I pass out. Oh gosh. Man, living on the other side of the world, that's gotta be fun. But yeah. Very good, solid example of pale ale. Kinda go with a little bit of, so let's just really need to work on my lighting because I actually have LED lighting, and that's kind of what's causing all those like shadowy lines and stuff. But so you might notice the like dark caramel amber color. So this is actually due to the caramel 40 we've got. So, and this is the malt bill for this beer. So it's actually a really simple Asian burning here. So I am very sympathetic to the difficulties of living in a hot climate. Currently I am USDA zone. Actually, they updated the USDA zone maps, and I actually moved up a climate zone. I think I'm in like 6B now, which is still a temperate climate, but I still got to worry about the occasional 100-degree days and heat indexes. The worst thing about my location on the rotation is I live in a river valley, and it sometimes just gets wretchedly humid, which even at like 90 degrees, honest, I really should learn the Celsius scale a bit better. And I had a moment where I was like, I have a Celsius scale. It's in there. But thankfully, it's not too bad. But back to the malt bill for what we got going on with the Pale Ale. It's mostly 2-row, a little bit of Munich just to add a little bit of extra something, a little bit of extra, Munich can contribute a little bit of extra character. I think you can get some like more bready notes with it. And so that's just to kind of like help balance the 2-row, because otherwise if there was just 2-row in the caramel, the beer wouldn't have as much of a body for a pale ale. And for like so usually one of the ways you can kind of divide beer into 2 categories is you will have what are your malt forward beers. Those are going to be stouts, porters, ambers. English Golden Ale, I think, is a style that's a bit more malt forward. And then also your like barley wines, Russian Imperial stouts, all those more crazy styles. Those are going to be the styles that are going to focus more on the malt flavors. And then you also have your hop forward styles. Pale Ale, IPA, New England IPA, double IPA. I would like to think if I could think of some other styles that aren't just IPA, but also a bit more hop forward. But even if you go with like a more hop forward beer, like this pale ale, you still want to have a good bit of body to it to kind of help balance and round out the hops. Otherwise, if you were to just have hops in your brew, you would, well, you need malt in order to get alcohol, but you also kind of want to just like balance it out and then just have enough extra hops in order to bring that hop flavor, but it's also kind of balanced out with the malt. So that's how you can get a lot of, I know a lot of people like pale ales because they'll be like kind of bitter initially, but as you drink them and like the beer rolls off the back of your tongue, you will get more of a malt note from it. And that's just like an example of like balancing out the malt with the hops and how that like brings a beer together in terms of like its flavor profile and things. Ooh, goodness gracious. I'm not used to talking this much. But that is also why I'm doing this. Is to get better at talking. That's kind of a bit of a rundown of the malt. Hops, we have Centennial, Cascade, Amarillo. What is that? Oh, 2 Amarillos and Citra. So, it's a really simple, really straightforward beer. Nothing really all that special about it. Similar to Sierra Nevada's Pale Ale. This feels like my English test and reading section trying to understand. Well, thank you for tuning in when English isn't exactly your first language. It's always fun to when I like watch like some of the JP people, them talking, and I'm able to like pick out small words here and there. Granted, like really like understanding everything as it's happening is pretty intense sometimes with some of the faster talkers. But we're going to keep it a little bit more, but your accent better than the record in the listening part. Oh, okay. I actually had friends tell me that I had like a really neutral accent with my voice and stuff. So that's interesting. But yeah, so Pale Ale, past brew. Unfortunately, it was quite unfortunate that we ran out of propane during it, but we have plenty of propane for this. Watch random Jeep. Learn random words, it's fun. Yeah. Yeah. Especially when they spam the same word over and over again. It makes it pretty easy to figure out what they're saying then. So, let's see here. We've got 25 minutes on the mash. I'm going to go ahead and crack this open and just take a look. Because I want to see if my temperature is raised or lowered. Okay. So, good news is it came up just a hair. Like, right now, the mash is sitting at like 141, which is like perfect for this beer style. So, very excited. It's very good. It's just clear to hear every word, that's why. Yeah. Oh yeah, so we've got this running. And this is also the fun part where I've also just really got to like talk about stuff and find topics. Because, yeah, this is the boring part where we're basically just letting enzymes do their work inside the mash tun. But, so, this is actually part of the reason why earlier I never really talked about the hop section of this beer. So we've got, check says, UK Fugel and German Hotranto Black. It's there. Kind of hard to show everything, but so these are all European hops. Traditionally, when people are talking about hops, they'll sometimes speak about hops in terms of being either New World or Old World. With the distinction between the two being that New World hops are going to be North America in origin, but not just North America. Australia and New Zealand also produce a fair amount of hops, and so hop varieties from those countries will also be put under the New World brand. And also, New Zealand does a really good job of growing some really neat hops. I'm sure it's because they have an overflowing abundance of volcanic soil being on the Ring of Fire and all that, because I'm pretty sure volcanic soil is good for hop cultivation. I know here in the US, granted, I'm not sure about Canada though, but here in the US, a lot of the hop cultivation is centered in Washington State, over on the Pacific Coast, Washington State, parts of Oregon. And that's also an area where they have a lot of volcanic activity, volcanic soil. And I'm sure that just makes for good hops, I guess. I don't know. I do want to eventually, one of these... There's going to be more of these streams, but at some point I kind of want to do some stuff where I kind of like do some like deep dive stuff. Because one example of a thing, hey bud, I just bought AoE 2. Ball in your court. Okay, well, I did go look on Steam and I did see that Monster Hunter Rise is $40, so when I have time to make that happen, I will let you know. But yeah, one of the things I want to do eventually is make one of the, let's see, I'm not sure, I know what it's called, but I want to think of some other label other than like a lost beer style, which I guess it technically is a lost beer style. Make some of the more obscure beer styles. The one I actually want to brew is a style of beer called Roggenbreyer. So Roggenbreyer is a beer that stairs. You're gonna make me buy a game on stream? Screw you. I'm talking about beer right now. But so some people might be aware of a thing called the beer purity law, the Regenbost, which stated, well, when it was created, beer can only be made with 3 ingredients: water, beer, no, water, beer, water, hops, and malt. When I have time. Sounds like an 84 years later event. It will be later today when I mean, I already looked on Steam and, like, I have actually got Steam pulled up. It's just, I gotta pull out the credit card and I'm downstairs. It could be. I'm gonna make it happen sooner than that. But when that happened, a whole bunch of beer styles went out of, like, existence. So, Roggenbreier is a style of beer that uses rye. Uses a lot of rye in the malt bill. And that was actually a style that kind of became lost to history because of that beer purity law. Because, well, supposedly one of the story behind the origins of the beer purity law was that Germans were basically just brewing all their grains, and the powers that be at the time decided we would like to also have bread. Granted, in the brewer's defense, beer keeps better than bread. Granted, it is also a liquid and it's heavy. It's not as easy to carry around as grains. I mean, I will give bread that. Bread's easier to carry around. But a lot of beer styles were lost, so it would be fun to, like, do a whole bunch of research and talk about that stuff while I make one of those old beer styles. That's something I would genuinely like to do at some point. That would be really exciting. And actually, talking about using rye in a beer. So, rye can be problematic to use in a beer because earlier we were talking about proteins in the malt and such. Rye has a lot of protein in it, to the point where you can actually get a thing what's called a stuck mash, which a stuck mash is basically when we try to pull the liquid out of the mash tun, the liquid doesn't come out, it just stays in there, basically because the filter gets clogged. If you were to ever, like, because I know, like, there's some, like, rye IPAs, there's a couple rye styles that will use a fair amount of rye in the malt bill. 20, 25, even 30%. Granted, Roggenbreier uses like a 50% rye malt bill. It's really, really high for a non-barley grain in your malt bill. But you can actually get stuck mash from using that much rye in your malt bill, which is this part. All the different malts you pick. And with that, you have to do, there's kind of a bit of an extra step to it. So we were talking earlier about the various temperatures. Like, you want to be like around 140 is like really the early temperatures for mashing up into your like higher 140s, 150s, and then you really don't want to go past, I think, like 157, 158 Fahrenheit. There's actually a step before you get into that range, and it starts at 130 and goes up to 139. And if you were to bring your mash up to that temperature range, 130, 139, and leave it there for a little bit, you're doing what's called a protein rest with your mash. What a protein rest for the mash is you basically are putting it, there's actually, so right now in here, we have enzymes breaking down our starch into sugars. I have sticky hands from touching that thermometer too much because of that. There's also enzymes that can break down protein, but they work at lower temperatures. About a good 10 degrees less than what the amylase and the other starch breaking down enzymes like. So with those styles of beers that use a lot of rye in the malt bill, you would want to do a protein rest. And actually, a protein rest doesn't take that long. You can do it for like 10, 15, 20 minutes, where you'll just bring your mash up to that 130, 139 temperature range, and you just leave it. You just let it sit there for a little bit, and that helps those protein breaking down enzymes break down the protein, and you won't end up with a stuck sparge. And sparging is the process of pulling your wort out of the mash tun, which we're going to eventually get to that. Whew. So that's a little bit of using that's a bit on using rye in a malt bill, and protein rest in the beer. So let's see, what's another good talk? Because next step up is going to be actually the sparge out. Eventually, I'm going to turn the propane burner on again and start heating up this water again. Granted, this water is still pretty warm, because at 2:35 here, so about 25 minutes, I'm going to end the mash. And one of the ways I'm going to do that is I'm going to add about 180 degree Fahrenheit water. And what that's going to do is when you like take the temperatures from our mash temperatures, 140-ish, last I checked it was 141. We take it from 141, we take it up to 180. That's going to basically stop the mashing process. And then once we stop it, we'll recirculate the mash a little bit. Okay. And recirculating the wort is what you would do to kind of like filter it, but we'll kind of talk more details about that when we get to that point. But yeah, the foam's kind of cleared up a little bit here, but you can see how there's like a milkiness to this. It's actually the yeast, which is actually perfectly fine to drink. It can just be a little off. It's just getting all that yeast into like your main pour can be off-putting, but if you're willing to embrace the off-puttingness of it, great source of vitamin B, by the way. Actually, another fun fact about, well, in this case we're going to brewer's yeast. Once upon a time, back in, I think it was the late 1800s, early 1900s, there were various outbreaks of a disease called pellagra. It was especially pronounced in the southern US, and this was actually at a time when medically germ theory was starting to become a thing. And there were people who wanted to say that pellagra was a germ disease. It's not. It is actually a vitamin deficiency disease. And the reason why it was concentrated to parts of the American South was the American South has historically been poor for historical reasons. And due to that, they had a really poor, cheap diet. And because of that, there would be outbreaks of pellagra, which was this basically vitamin deficiency. And eventually, some people looked into it and found out it was vitamin deficiency. And when they finally figured that out, it's like, okay, how do we like fix this? Because this was like a disease at the time that was affecting like hundreds of thousands of people. Whenever like a really big outbreak of this would happen. Well, it was found out that it was the vitamin niacin, which is one of your B vitamins. I think it's B6. Don't quote me on that. I've been drinking. And one of the things they did was look for a cheap source of niacin. So that way they could give to these people and rectify the deficiency. Brewer's yeast was the solution for that vitamin deficiency. So if anyone was coming down with like a case of pellagra, you could prescribe them brewer's yeast, and it gave them the B vitamins that they needed. Okay, that's gone. So, yeah. Another way in which beer has helped save the world. I feel like I should know more about, like, odd beer facts about how beer saved the world, but I truly don't. But we are getting close. Well, we're about 20 minutes away. I'm gonna go ahead and start the burner. That going. Granted, there it is. Cool. So we're gonna get the burner running, because right now this is pretty warm, but not as warm as I would like it for when we do the sparge. So let's see here. I'm kind of debating whether or not I should just finish this off and crack open another one, which is honestly probably the best solution right now. But yeah, this is also another fun fact about brewing and stuff. It's a process. It is a thing. And this is really especially true of brewing in particular, is you do a thing, you wait a while. You mash in. Ooh, you just pull a Gate Guardian? Hell yeah. Neat. All I know about Yu-Gi-Oh! Is that's a good card. But yeah, like, it's process. You do a thing, you wait a while, you do a thing, and then you also wait a little while again. That's gonna be the that's just kind of how this goes. But I got one last sip there, and we'll have another one shortly. We'll do this one. This one is actually this is actually a beer that's well, not quite a close cousin to Oktoberfest, but is German in origin. And oh, Zach gave me a follow, and that was in the pack. Oh, the positivity of that man. Okay, that beer's cleaned out. Let's crack this open. So, Kolsch, another historically important beer in parts of Germany. So this one is going to be a lot lighter. Actually, let's get away from the text so we can actually see what we got. And I'm actually going to go real slow on this pour because, hey, I want to showcase the wonderful clarity. So we're going to save that last little bit of liquid in the bottle. Now try and get Thousand Dragon. Fun. But yeah, so this is Kolsch. See, it's like a really like light, almost straw-colored beer. It's very similar to a lager, but not quite. So, actually, the biggest dividing line in beer, at least as far as like how you characterize beer. Earlier I mentioned the hop malt divide. The primary way to divide beer into like two sides is what are called your ales and lagers. So that's the type of, so this is a yeast distinction. This is the type of yeast that you would use, which is perhaps one of the greatest and most powerful forms well, greatest, most powerful ways you can affect the flavor of your beer. So, the difference. Your ale yeast will ferment on the top of the beer, or the fermenter. And I actually have my fermenter. Let me grab it. And if you notice like pink or purple things on this fermenter, that was because I had to, before stream, I had to kick out a batch of blackberry wine. So there's just a little bit of stains, mostly on the outside. So this is a fermenter. It's literally just a food grade plastic bucket. This is the cheap version of. This is the cheap way to ferment beers. So, lager yeast, they'll ferment further down in the beer. Be like down here in the bottom area, lower part of the half. There's actually lines on the side that demark the freedom units that this is used in. There. So that's your 5-gallon mark. So a lot of our... So if we were fermenting, say, a 5-gallon batch of some lager of some kind, our yeast will be primarily active around the 2-gallon to 1-gallon area, like this area of the fermenter. This is where the yeast will be happy. This is where they'll do their work of breaking down the sugars, all that fun stuff. That's where they'll do their thing. Ales are a top fermenting yeast. They will be primarily active on the top surface of the beer. If we were to have an ale in here fermenting, which this Oktoberfest is not, the pale ale would be top fermenting yeast used in that beer. So the ale, so during the period of time called active fermentation, you will have a foamy layer. Sir, have a good Sunday ahead. It's nice to watch you talking about what you like. Oh, thank you very much. And I hope you have a good night. And also take care of yourself. So, your ales are actually going to form a 1 to 2 inch thick layer of foam on the top. And that's called a... It's a German word, and I'm going to absolutely butcher the pronunciation on this. It's like Karlsen or Karlsen, and it is basically a layer of yeast that are actively breaking down sugars into carbon dioxide. It's big, it's foamy. It's a really neat thing to watch, actually. And by neat to watch, I mean it's like, ooh, this is cool to look at for about like 5 or so minutes. So, Kolsch. Kolsch is neat and weird because it's basically, it uses like a lager style malt bill, and also hop regime. As you can see by the color, like the head's broken down, and it's very straw colored, very clear. This is basically something that has like the ingredients list of a lager. Very kind of similar to the Oktoberfest we're working with, except we'll be having lighter malts. Let's see, yeah, lighter malts, but around the same amount of hops. So you'd be using about 3 ounces of hops for a 5-gallon batch. But it uses a ale-style yeast. And what the ale-style yeast does for the Kolsch is it gets you what are called, you get more esters. Esters are a type of chemical commonly found in beer and many other things. They are actually what's responsible for some of the quote-unquote fruity flavors. So Kolsch will have, it's clean, easy drinking, but it has like a real nice flavor to it. but it has just like a hair, I suppose, like a touch of like kind of fruitishiness to it. Definitely a very good beer style. Definitely a really big fan of it. It's clean, it's easy drinking, but it actually has flavor to it. It's the thing with like a lager or something is that it can be lagers can taste a little too much like drinking water. And yeah, I don't particularly like that. Like I want my beer to have like some flavor to it, and Kolsch is an excellent example of a beer with flavor to it. Okay, so good news, everyone. I gotta make room because the mash is about done. Wait. No, it's not. I jumped the gun because I technically started I considered the mash starting at 135. It's 225. I jumped the gun a little bit. But strike what? Ooh. The side of the kettle's warm. Warm in the it kind of hurts to touch way. So I'm actually going to let that run a little bit longer because that should be close to the temperature, but considering the fact I realized I had like, let's see here, I thought I was done with mash, but I've got like an extra 10 minutes left. I'm just going to let that run for a hair bit longer, so that way that can actually be at like the temperature it needs to be. Granted, that is definitely some boiling water. Cheers to that. But yeah, so that's just a bit of the lager versus yeast. Well, lagers versus ales. And the characteristics of yeast. Fun. Fall off, that's all good. Cool. So, and we're just gonna let this is gonna stay warm enough for as long as we need it. Do the things that we need to do. So we got a little bit more time left, and as much as I would like to think I could power through, I think I'm gonna have to take. Seems like I drank a hair bit too much tea, so I am gonna take a quick break and empty my bladder, because once we start taking the mash out, well, sparging off, boiling the wort, doing our hops, and getting all that, it's definitely going to become a lot more active. So, I'm going to just use the little, like, workman's room, and I'll be right back. I'm back. So, oh wow, that's really steaming. But the camera's not picking it up. Okay. Fun. So, we've got about 6 minutes left in the mash. Then once that's done, we'll start with like the actually like sparging out all that fun stuff. So, I'm gonna kind of sort of eye up what I've got going on here and kind of optimize a little bit, because I'm gonna want my kettle to be a little hair bit closer to the desk. Also the desk does move. Yay, the joys of a moving desk. So we just have a hair bit more of waiting left, and then once we get to the end of this, we'll do the sparge, which is, well, we're gonna recirculate the mash, but that is also gonna be like, you're gonna see me at my most awkward during that, because that's kind of just how recirculating the work goes. Because so I do the cheap method of recirculating the work, which involves a container, one container, and another container, this container, pitcher. And basically what happens is I get a stream of wort going out of the spout, not this spout, not that spout, the spout on the mash tun, and basically I exchange the containers back and forth a lot. It's not the most fun thing in the world, but it's cheap and it works. And the reason why I use like a glass container and a plastic container, the plastic container has more volume, holds more stuff, which means I can just kind of like let it sit more, like while sitting under the spigot while I let it fill up. The glass container lets me like see how clear my wort is. It lets me see how well I'm doing with making sure it's clean. Yeah, that type of stuff. Okay. But yeah. Another fun fact with the Kolsch. There is a tradition in Germany with the Kolsch. And it's actually I actually want to go to one of these. Some breweries will put on what are called Kolsch nights, where they will do traditionally served Kolsch. So Kolsch is generally, I think they serve it in like a 12-ounce glass that has straight sides. So this is just a standard American pint glass. Not the perfect glassware for Kolsch, but I'm just a guy having fun in the garage. Good enough for me. But the traditional way to drink, well, what they do in... Actually, let's just show off the Trash Panda coaster because I love this thing. This is actually how they'll traditionally serve Kolsch. You'll have a coaster and you'll have a glass. And what will happen is, as you drink your beer, eventually your beer will be empty. Like this container. And if a server sees an empty container, they will take it, fill it, and bring you back a full pour of the Kolsch. Ooh, you actually now can see the steam coming from that. And then when you, the customer, and then for each refill they do, they will actually mark. I'm going to go ahead and mark this because it's mine. They'll mark your coaster. So when you, the customer, are done drinking, so empty glass, you'll take your coaster and you'll put it on top of the glass. And then they'll use the marks on the coaster to total up your tab. How many beers you had. It's a real fun, neat system. And I think it's like one of those things where it's like how they like solved a problem back in the day of like keeping track of like who wanted what, but also like most efficiently keeping the beer flowing. Like if any of the bar staff, whatever, saw an empty glass, they took it, filled it. Till you coastered it. And then when you coastered it, you're done. And then they use the information on the coaster to total up your tab. I think it's a really neat system that probably evolved. It was like a thing that happened. And best make use of the technologies of the time, sort of deal. But it's also kind of like a neat like tradition thing. But some breweries, some even like tap houses will do like Kolsch nights in summer. Because like, look at this beer. Look at this beer. That's like quintessential summer beer colors right there, you know? It's light. I think most Kolsch's are between like 4 and 5%. Really drinkable, really good. Really great stuff. So, we can now consider ourselves at the point where we can look forward to recirculating the mash. Which involves me moving a whole bunch of stuff out of my way, so that way I can do the thing I need to do. Because this is probably this is like the funnest, most awkward part of this, because this container has to go up here. Then I have to coordinate things, if you will. So, go ahead. That's how in Japan they say "omoy" for heavy. Whew. Okay, so to top off that, the shop now delicious hot cereal once again. Maybe came down some. Fun. But I'm gonna actually briefly dip the thermometer into the kilowatt. I'll kind of like clean it off, or get like all of the sticky stuff off, and then let's see here. We'll bring the camera out. Ooh yeah, we can live with this. This is great. Cool. So this is now the beginning of the spar job, which involves this. There we go. Actually, I wanna grab this real quick. And this is also why we use 2 containers. So if you can see in our clear glass container, we've got quite a bit of floaty bits in it. We don't want these floaty bits to end up in there. So we're gonna do what's called recirculating the mash. So this can go back in the top of the mash tun. And what we're gonna do is, by sending the liquid out one part, up into the top, and through and through and through again, we're gonna turn that bed of grains basically into a filter. It's gonna help filter out all the small little, what I call floaty bits. So I'm gonna put that in there for now. And I'm gonna switch hands. So this is the funnest, most awkward part of the process for me, especially doing this like on stream. So I'm going to start adding sparge water, which is this water, to the top of the mash tun, which you cannot see because then the camera would be far too high up and potentially box me. So might be noticing the color of the wort looks almost a little too brown. That's fine, because as we add this water to it, it will lighten up. So I've got a mostly full pitcher. Put that in. Okay. Pitcher's empty. Back down. Keeps refilling. So just now, and time it took half a pitcher to fill up. Got pretty clean. Got a pretty clean wort right there. Definitely know. So one of the great advantages of the glass is I can notice things at the bottom, along the sides. So it gives me a greater field of view. But yeah, I'm just going to keep letting the wort flow out of the mash tun as I add strike water to the top. The purpose of this is the strike water is going to essentially stop the activity of the enzymes. So basically we're being like, yes, this is what we wanted out of these grains, this is what we got. Sort of deal. So. Also, the extra water on top is going to add just a hair bit of extra pressure that helps this flow. So, I had, when I did the Pale Ale last stream, well, last beer brewing stream, it got a little, how do we say, the flow rate was pretty bad at one. This is getting a little heavy. Another switch out. Here's empty. But yeah, you can kind of already notice that the color's starting to slightly lighten up. It's going to lighten up even more once we get like more water in here. But yeah, I've already got like, I think at least 2 gallons of the strike water in here, so definitely the better part of the strike water. So, I've got good flow, which is good. Because I actually had, before I had real, not super great flow in the last one. A little embarrassing. So, actually, this has been a lot of work. You have some working man's beer. Yeah, Kolsch is just such a fabulous brew. Oh yeah, definitely lightening up. Still definitely have a population of what I call the floaty bits. But that is where we're at in the process. We're gonna make a filter bed in the mash tun. And then that's gonna be the thing that's gonna help us like get all the floaty bits. Whew. So I'm gonna up it a bit. So whenever you're like increasing your flow rate on the mash tun, you always want to like slowly and incrementally do so. If you were to do so too much, you could cause too much water to flow through and it'll stuck the filter up. And we don't want a stuck filter today. Granted, when you increase the flow rate, your small container will fill quite quickly. So, yep, still got a good bit of floaty bits to it. But that's fine. We're just going to keep recirculating this as much as needed. And then once we're done recirculating, we can take this and start adding it to the kettle, turn the kettle on, and then we get to the exciting part. Well, some of the more exciting parts. And also parts that I don't find as exciting. Because one of these later points is going to be an event called the Hot Break. And Hot Break, depending on how it goes, can either be a really good time or a not good time. But more on that. Woohoo! Ah, I'm loving the color. Like, especially if this like lightens up a hair. This is going to be like a really good color for Oktoberfest. Whew. But yeah, I think I'm going to let this pitcher fill up a fair bit. And then once it does, I'm going to close my valve. I'm going to use that time where I do not have to babysit a flowing wort stream to dump the rest of the water in here in the mash tun. Just because I'm looking for my chance here, you know? Looking for my chance to do what I need to do. It's that. Whoop. It goes in the top. And now my hands are free. If I can set the picture down. And no. Water's in. Back down. Mash out resumes. Hell yeah. Yay. But yeah, this is another fun process, and if you skip out on this process, guess what? You're going to have more floaty bits, you're going to have a lot more debris from your mash into your kettle, which you don't want. And every step in the beer brewing process is basically a step to produce a better quality product and a better, well, a better beverage experience. Granted, using the term beverage experience makes me sound like someone who works for like an actual company that makes beverages. Ugh. Sounds so corporate. Say beverage experience. So, still dealing with a reasonable amount of float of what I call the floaty bits, which is basically small parts of grain. I've been noticing a lot of husks, the outermost point of the grain, but occasionally you can see those. Usually those don't make it through the filter. But basically, we're trying to get all the solid particles. We're trying to keep all of our solid particles in here and only get liquid out. So that way we have cleaner wort going into the mash tun. Okay. And basically I use every chance when it gets into the glass container as a chance to evaluate the quality of the wort. So it looks like I have some fluid bits. Those just look like small bubbles. So then I will look at the column, which is basically I'll look at this at the side. I can't tip it too much because reasons. But I'll like look at my sides, and sometimes I'll even look at the bottom and see what I got. So we're definitely moving in the direction we want to go in with this. And I've also realized there's probably one more thing I should grab as we go into like actually like sparging out or getting the wort into the kettle. But I can grab that in a bit. But yeah, so this should be. So we have all of our strike water in the thing. This will be pretty close to final color. I think I see one floaty bit on the side, a few small floaty bits. So let's see, what's our time? 2:48. I think I'll keep doing the wort recirculation, which is this weird and awkward process of using a pitcher and a measuring cup to basically filter work, but we're gonna do this for at least another 2 minutes, and then I'm gonna evaluate the quality of what I got. And if the quality is good enough at that point, we'll go ahead and start sending this into the kettle, get the kettle fired up, all that good stuff. So, just because, well, you know, take the time to make a great thing. Which really, that's like a really big step in like making good stuff, is like taking the time to actually do it right. Respect the process. The process exists for a reason. But man, I hope the rest of you all are having a great Sunday afternoon, or whatever it is in your part of the world. So far today went pretty well. Like, compared to like last brewing stream, like I definitely had some like dead moments. Like here now, like I drop out every once in a while as I'm trying to like collect my thoughts, but I feel like I'm doing a pretty good job of keeping like conversation rolling and having some like topics to talk about and stuff. So I did prepare a few things I may or may not use at some point, but we will get to that point when we get to it. Granted, I think I also did myself one hell of a solid by... Let's see. So, it's 250. Ooh. Ooh. Okay. I can sign off on this. So, we're gonna close the ball valve. This over. And we're just gonna slowly add wort to the kettle. And actually, yeah, let's bring this out just here. This is fine. And we'll just bring the bit in. It's a bit on the edge there. And I'm gonna go grab that thing I was talking about from elbow bump this thing. Okay. Okay, so the thing I wanted to grab is basically a clear plastic tube that can actually just be fitted on. Basically, it just helps make a stream happen. Like that. It just gives me a nice steady stream. And I will also... I will do it slowly, but surely. Open this valve a little bit more, a little bit more, a little bit more. So, you got a decent layer of wort in there. Time to make some fire happen. Now. Cool. So, the burner is lit, and soon the wort will boil. In time. Now we wait. Great. Great. So, not to be the bearer of bad news or anything, but a certain someone who's hosting the stream right now skipped the thing he normally does. And let me talk about that. And that's probably on me for my desire to yet has betrayed me. Actually, You can live over here, pitcher. So, this. Normally I like to put a little bit of my strike water in here. As you can see, I'm out of strike water right now. So, what I'm gonna have to do is, I'm gonna have to grab some gloves. Actually, this is more the action. This is the fun stuff going on. I'm gonna have to grab some gloves, and I gotta put some liquid in here, so. Bear with me. So yeah, just a small thing I forgot to do, but normally I use strike water for this, but we're gonna use wort today. Because I'm out of strike water. All this, and the kettle is currently being filled with wort, so I can't use that. So some of you might be wondering, what am I doing collecting some liquid right now? Well, the purpose of this liquid is the form my yeast are in. So we're gonna put this back on. We'll get a nice consistent stream, because I don't want... It's a bit more splashy without the plasticky piece. So, I'm gonna put a cap on this. Just a standard foil cap. And, so, today this is wort. Normally it would not be wort, normally this would be strike water. It's in the beaker. You might be wondering for the purpose of the beaker. Looks cool, I guess. Well, actually, looks cool, I guess. And the beaker has a smaller opening at the top. This, well, actually, let's grab the start of the show. Hey, let's find our star. Here is our star. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you the star of the show, without whom none of this would be possible. This is, ladies and gentlemen, our yeast for today. It's South Loggers W34/70. It is a lager style yeast. The purpose of what looks like a side chemistry experiment is, this is a packet of yeast. This is called dry yeast. You can buy liquid yeast. It comes in a slightly, it's kind of a slightly bigger, more like pouch thing. Liquid yeast is more expensive than dry yeast. Because dry yeast, you can kind of let it warm up a little bit, and it will be fine at various temperatures that it could be at during storage. Well, storage and transport. Dry yeast has more flexibility. Wet yeast does not. So, due to the need for more cold chain supply chain, the liquid yeast is more expensive. This is cheap. Well, yeah, it's cheap. It's not as cheap as like store brand yeast that you would like use to bake bread, because I mean, this is an actual product of the EU. Well, Europe. Yeah, it's made in Belgium. Made in Belgium. Which, granted, the Belgians definitely know their yeast. So this is yeast. This is the start of our show. It's dry yeast. So, dry yeast. What it is yeast dried out, sealed in the package. It's protected from the environment. It stays good for a long time, and it is good for a long time. Downsides. because you basically kind of put the yeast into a pseudo cryogenic sleep. If I were to take this and just dump it into wort that had been hopped, well, oh wow, it looks like it's hot breaking sooner. I'm gonna turn that down. We're gonna turn that down. Because it genuinely looks like it's hot breaking, and this is very far too soon for that. But back to the yeast. So, our packet of yeast is basically in a cryogenic sleep. And we want to put this yeast to work. So, if we were to take this packet of dry yeast, cut it open, and throw it into our freshly chilled wort at the end of today's brew. I can't believe hot breaks actually happen. This is probably the quickest hot breaks ever happened, but I've also been really aggressive with the regulator settings on the propane container. So I'm going to just keep turning that down. It's also getting rather, well, I consider it getting rather warm, but it's only 73 in here. More on yeast. If we were to cut this packet open, drop it into wort, it would be like if you woke up and were ejected out of your bed and into your workplace, which I'm sure none of us here would want that outcome, ever. Like, that would be like a terrible nightmare. To just be like ejected straight into your workplace after sleeping. That's what this is for. This is what our side chemistry experiment is for. So, what this is going to do... Ooh. Goodness gracious. Talking a bit too much, but... Our side science experiment. This is our morning routine for the dry yeast. So right now this is pretty warm, probably like 180 degrees Fahrenheit. We're going to set it off to the side. It's going to cool down. It'll probably cool... It should ideally cool down to about 90 to 100 degrees. If it's a little bit low, if it gets down into the 80s, that's fine. We're also talking Fahrenheit here. I apologize that this channel uses freedom units, but unfortunately that is what I'm most familiar with. So, that's going to be our morning routine for our yeast. And what that's going to do is going to let our yeast kind of like wake up. They're going to be able to get hydrated. So it's dry yeast. The yeast will be able to like get hydrated and kind of get stretched out before we dump them into our wort. Ouch. Whew, that's getting hot. Man, I can't believe this is... Things are happening just way too quick. So, that's our morning routine for the yeast, and like, this is happening, stuff is going on. It's a good day. It's a really good day. So, I'm actually going to bring ourselves back to the workbench for a brief moment, because we got stuff going on. So, for today's brew, that's pound ounce. I don't need that. That's too heavy. Gram. We can live with grams. So, according to these packets of hops, there's 28 some odd grams to an ounce. We need to add a half ounce of the UK Fuggle and a half ounce of our Toronto Black. So, I got my scale set to grams, and I don't think you can see it very well. That's like 4 grams. Wow, you cannot... you can kind of see it. If I shake it... Oh, it's 5 grams now. So we're going to want to get this to like 14... 15 grams, which is a half ounce. Oh, there we go. There's our 15. 16, which is fine. We don't have to be super accurate. So we'll do the same thing with our German hops. Granted, I want to check that. Wowzers! Like, stuff is happening quick today. Man, I want to talk about like how good the hops smell and everything, all that good stuff. So we're gonna add this in. I think for this we'll just go ahead and aim for 30. 30 grams. That's the target. Oop, that should be 30 grams. Yay, it's 30 grams. Cool. So this is going to be the first... Excuse me. Like the yapping. Yapping just tears me up. So, this is 30 ounce... 30... Oh, God. We are not working with that much beer. We're not working with that much wort. This is 30 grams of hops. This is going to be our what's called our first hop addition. So I'm going to kind of transition away from science experiment, all this fun stuff, and back to the brew kettle. And I'm actually going to put my yeast back in the container. Because reasons. And I need to drink water. Because, man, the throat's definitely feeling a little sore there. So, what we have going on. We have our wort going into our brew kettle. And it's definitely coming along very nicely. We have currently we have nearly 4 gallons. But this is the start of the show. As you can see, there is a layer of foam accumulating on the top. That layer of foam is basically like proteins and various things that are in our wort, and what's gonna eventually happen is the boil that we're trying to make is gonna break the foam. And when the strength of the boil is strong enough to break through this layer of foam, that's called hop break. We kind of actually saw a little bit of it earlier, but that I was like, you're happening too soon. I need to talk about this. This is an unusual circumstance. So, when the hop break occurs here, this is when it's going to be time to add our hops. Which, oh my gosh, smell amazing! But, and actually I kind of... So, I'm not going to do this now. I'm going to wait. But I do have some hops growing out in the homestead right now. And what I'll probably do is I'll actually break away for just a quick bit, because it doesn't take... The hop fields are literally on the other side of my driveway. But I'll actually bring in some, like... I'll actually bring in part of a hop vine and kind of show you what, like, the actual, like, hop flower looks like. Which what we have here, this is a pelletized version of that. Which is basically, it's like a concentrated version. Not concentrate so much, like... Packaged. That's the word. So this is like... Generally when you go to your homebrew shops, whatever have you, this is the form you buy your hops in. So, I'm really hoping hop break happens in like the next 3-ish minutes. Because if it does, then that means 3:10 is gonna be the start of the 1-hour boil. Which makes the time keeping track of very easy for this dumb person who's running the stream right now. So, first, hops. What do? So the hops you add after you achieve hop break, generally speaking, in your hop bill, the ones that you add at 60 minutes, these hops are the ones that you call your bittering hops. What they do is these are the hops that are actually going to contribute bitter flavors to your beer. So, depending on the hop variety you select, and when you add that hop to your wort boil, will actually determine the effects of how that hop affects the beer. So, I'm gonna grab the Chex bag. Well, the Chex says hops, because this one's sealed and I don't have to worry about spilling hops. You'll notice we have alpha acid, beta acid, and then kind of Kune. Cohumunale. Words fail me, and I can just blame that on beer. So, alpha acids. Alpha acids are your primary bittering ingredient. So, this is Saz. Saz has... This batch has 2.5%. So, on my handy dandy recipe list, I not only have my hops, but I have the alpha acid, because the alpha acid of the hop varies year after year. Our Hotterlo Black, or Blanc, I'm German, I should be able to do this. I should be able to say those words. Granted, I'm only German in terms of ancestry. They're 10.2% alpha acids. UK Fugel, those are 4.1% alpha acid. Those hops have a lot of alpha acid. Those are, ooh, there we go, there we go. That should be a little bit of the onset of the hop break we should be looking for here. But the alpha acids in the hops are the primary bittering ingredient. And yes, that boil right there, that is the hop break we're looking for. And also this has to go away now, because this is the scariest part. This is the scariest part, and now I'm realizing that my stir stick is on the other side of the mash tun. Okay. Because as you can notice, this boil got really frothy really quick. This is actually kind of like the exciting part, where if you take your eyes off this, your kettle's gonna boil over and you're gonna get worked all over your kettle, all over your burn stand, and whatever else is downstream of there. Keep in mind, wort has a crap ton of sugar in it. And due to that crap ton of sugar, if this boils over, it will be an absolute sticky mess. I have not had many boilovers, but I have dealt with enough to where I don't desire a boilover. So, it is very much trying to boil over. Well, not boil over, but it's trying to break through. So I think I'm going to turn it down a hair. Because historically, I've found that if I turn it down a hair, it'll get happy. So, and this is also the bubbling cauldron part. Also, another fun historical beer fact. Witches. Witches are women, well, all the things that you associate with like witches and stuff, it's all stuff related to women who home-crafted beer back in like the ye olden days. So this right now, this is the bubbling cauldron. The reason why witches kept cats is that, well, if you've got a lot, if you're keeping a lot of malted grains around, rodents are going to want to get into it, so you want to have a cat around for that. The hat. These women, when they would like home make these batches of beer, and this was actually before hops were actually introduced to beer, and I'm just going to leave like a tangent note right now, because we're going to go back to that in a bit, because there's like a whole other like kind of darkish history to this ingredient that I'm very excited to about be able to add to this. So yeah, the hat of the witch, the black pointed hat, that these women, when they would make the beer, they would actually go to markets to sell some. Like, most of it was meant for home consumption, for the missus, the man, and some people say even children, but I take some of that with a pinch of salt. They wore pointy hats, tall pointy hats, so that way when they would go to market, they would be visible. It was kind of like a form of advertising for the times. But yeah, like, witches. Everything you know about witches, everything that's associated about witches. It's just women who brewed alcohol at home. Beer is just an extension of cooking. Slightly more, kind of more complicated, depending to what you would call cooking. The brewers, the Home Brewers Association of North America, or just America, I think they're just called the Home Brewers Association. They like to advertise that if you can follow the instructions on a box of macaroni, you can brew beer. And yeah, if you can follow the instructions, you can make beer. It's not like the most overly complicating thing. Okay, so definitely think this needs to be turned down because the boil seems just a hair bit too frothy. Just wanna also just turn it down because also the sounds of the burner sounds like it's running a little bit intense. But yeah, this is a bit more normal. You have good like upswell from the boil, and then like a little bit of foam to the side. This is usually what you would call hop break. So we're gonna call 3:15 p.m. This is hop break. It is time to add the hops. Now, when you first add your hops to your boil, at this point in this process, don't add all your hops at once. Don't do that. Because so you can see how our foam has taken a green tint to it. That green tint, that's the hops. When you add hops to this boiling, wonderful container mixture of what we call wort, you create what are called nucleation sites. Nucleation sites are areas where water vapor bubbles can form. If you just take your hops and dump the whole thing straight in, it will foam up quickly, and it boils over. Which, I hope I have not irritated it enough. Boil over is bad. As you can see what's happening right here. I'm kind of looking at it. I'm going to be a little optimistic, but I'm not going to add any more hops right now. And there we go. So, good boil over. We're seeing everything that we need to see. So I'm going to just leave this set a little bit. And then you just want to slowly add your hops at this. That's what you want to do when you're like first adding your hops, because the first hops you add create these conditions where a boil over is very, very, very likely. And I want to have as little mess as possible to clean up after the stream. So, actually I'm going to kind of focus a little bit more on our Cauldron of Doom. It's doing quite well. So you can kind of see like a little bit of the hops clinging to the side of the kettle. Ah, my gosh. So, nearly all the hops are in. I'm going to just wait for this most recent addition, see how it affects the wort, how everything settles out. Please don't boil over. Please don't boil over. Please don't boil over. I'd like to think I'm asking nicely, okay? But yeah, it's not boiling over, so that's really, really, really good. Really excited about that. That is good thing. Very good thing. So, go ahead and take the last remaining, you may say, dredges of hops. It goes in there. That completes our first hop addition to the wort. You may also, maybe another thing to point out right now is the fact that you may have noticed that I still have my mash tun still open. Right now, I'm getting a tiny drip, 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 drip drizzle of the remaining wort within the mash tun. Right now, it looks like I'm sitting at... I think I have 5.5 gallons of liquid in here right now. During this 1 hour boil expedition that we're now 4 minutes into, we're gonna probably lose a half gallon to 3/4 of a gallon of the volume of our pot to boil off. Which I'm sure some of you are keeping track at home as understanding that as being like, that's a pretty reasonable amount of liquid. So, whenever I get towards the, basically at this point, like if my wort level in the pot was closer to 6, I would go ahead and I'll go ahead, turn this off, call it done, set it to the side, and I'll get, eventually I'm going to empty it. And I might do a little bit of that on stream. Just to kind of, because then I can kind of like show you the grains a little bit. I might have, should have done that a little bit earlier. Talking too much. Gotta drink that water. Cool. So, this is our cauldron of bubbling wort. We are 5 minutes in. Things are going great. Very excited. Okay, so I don't know. I just want to take just a kind of a quick moment to gather thoughts, gather things, and be like, okay, cool. So here's what we got going. And this is also kind of like what I do when I brew is I always like to be like, okay, where am I at here? Where am I at here? What's the thing I can do? So since man, I can almost see the here. I want to see I actually want to see the actual level on that. Okay, there we go. There we go. Now I can see my markers. So I'm under 5 3/4 gallon water, right? Well, liquid. This isn't water. This is wort now. Which, we might save that fun fact for later. So since this is probably going to reduce down to the 5 1/4 that we're going to have, I'm just going to continue to let the mash tun drip wort into the brew kettle, because we can continue to add wort the whole time, because, well, we have plenty of wort in here as is, and if we just keep adding a little bit extra, it's not going to be a big deal. The biggest deal of what we're accomplishing right now with what's called the boil is 2 things. 1, we boil this for an hour, we basically nuke the ever-living hell out of any and all microbes. Because when we add the yeast that we are working with is a single-cell organism. A fungus at that. We want to create an environment whenever you work with any sort of like fermentable, whether or not you're working with fruit juice for cider, fruit juice for wine, barley grains and hops for beer. You want to create an absolutely nuked environment, so that way, when you introduce your yeast to it, they basically show up and all the houses in the subdivision are empty and unoccupied, so they can just immediately go in, move in, set up shop, and do what yeast do best, and that's fart alcohol. But yeah, fun fact for all you people, alcohol is the waste product of a yeast metabolism process, and yeah, the thing that messes us up is basically yeast poop, fungus poop. So, fun thing about that. So, that is reason 1 of why we do the boil. Reason 2 is, going back to those alpha acids from the hops earlier, those alpha acids are kind of water soluble, but not perfectly so. So you need to expose them to liquid at high temperatures for a prolonged period of time. And that will actually cause the bittering compounds to actually make their way into the wort. And that is the second point of the boil, is to get the bittering compounds into the wort. But yeah, that's kind of the how and why we do the boil the way we do the boil. So we are about 10 minutes in. I think I might go ahead and take a quick bathroom break, along with getting a piece of material to show for you all, which I did. I felt pretty good with the amount of preparation I did, but looking back on things now, I was like, man, I should have got that one thing. So I'm going to take a quick restroom break and get that piece of material that shouldn't do anything crazy. I have a reasonable amount of confidence. I'll find out in a short moment or two. Okay, so right back. Okay, I'm back. So, the material I got, the thing for the show and tell, I suppose you could say, is this. I went out into the hop fields and picked a piece of hop. Fine. It's fine. So, might be like, Sugi, what the hell's a vine? Well, so, you might be familiar with the term vine. A vine can climb a structure, fence, tree, whatever's, under its own ability, with like kind of like suction cup type stuff. Like that's vines, like grapevines, or like tendrils. Hops are a vine, and there's a very, so you might notice that this has kind of a corkscrew going on to it. I don't know if these will show up well on the camera because they're really small. But all along the stem are hairs. And those hairs will basically friction grab whatever climbing object. In the case of what I have going out on in my hop fields, it's jute twine. And it'll like spin and wrap around, and that's how it climbs. So, you might be wondering about these parts, these bulbous parts. What are those? Well, Those are our hop flowers. These are what flavors beer. And I'm gonna take this and break it too. So, and I think it's kind of showing up. Doesn't show up super well, but you can see how there's a yellowness to the center of the. So, the flower is called a hop cone because it's kind of pine cone shaped, and it's got like these scales, kind of like a pine cone. That yellow powder in the cone is the actual alpha acids. So, like, basically, this is what our flavoring ingredient looks like in the wild. And fun fact, male hop, so all the hops out there, female. Hops are what's called, dioecious plant. Dioecious being, it has male parts and female parts on separate plants. If you have your male bits and your female bits on the same plant, your plant is monoecious. Mono being 1, bi being 2. Hops are dioecious. And male hops are literally outright, like, governmentally banned, like, everywhere. Because if the pollen of a male hop fertilizes one of these cones, there would actually be, like, kind of like small, be like a really, really, really small, like, hazelnut type nut thing in there, which would be a hop seed. Because then the hop would get flowered and it would make a seed, and when hops get fertilized, you can't use them for beer. So that's actually a reason why the male hops are just straight banned everywhere. Smells real nice and floral. But yeah, just to kind of show you all what hops look like, how they grow. Eventually, let's see, we're in July now. Usually about mid-August, at my location on the rotation, is when the hop season is, like, when the hops come in. And when that happens, what I'll probably do is I'll probably do a hop harvest Satsudan stream, where I'll bring my binds in. I'll set them out on, like, a screen table and stuff, and I will literally just yap about hops and maybe some others. Like, I'm sure there's gonna be. I'm sure I'll probably have some, like, other, like, topics and stuff, like, lined up to talk about and stuff. It'll be mostly focused on hops. Hops, how they grow. It'll be fun to do, like, a whole bunch of research. Maybe, like, do, like, a small presentation. That'll be fun. Yeah, stuff like that. So that's kind of, like, another thing I got, like, going on in the pipeline right now. So, I'm sure you're a little bit tired of looking at a boiling cauldron. Let's come back to the bench. So, we've got hop example. Scale's actually done, because the rest of our hops are going to be added at the 15-minute mark, which, for those of you keeping track at home, which by all means, keep me on track, we're going to add those at 4 p.m. So at 4 p.m., we'll be adding the rest of our hop bill. We have our wort that we set aside. I just want to kind of, like, feel it, because I have to make sure this gets to at least 105 before I can add yeast to it. So that's got to cool down, and not by, like, a little, but by a lot, compared to the like 180, 190, whatever it was when I pulled it out off to the side. So you might be noticing this being empty. This is what we're going to fix right now. Which we're actually going to fix with one of the things that's made me a bit more happy. Well, all beer makes me happy, but one of the beers I'm a bit more proud of than others. So this beer here is my English Golden Ale. So, you might be wondering, what is an English Golden Ale? Well, as you can see by the color filling my cup right now, it's a Golden Ale. But one of my favorite breweries, whose namesake's on this glass right now, they did a Belgian. Yes, Belgian blonde, which was really good. Like, if you get a chance to like try a Belgian blonde, like it's worth it. Like, because the Belgian yeast just like imparts so many like ester notes to it. It's a Belgian blonde is a lot like a Hefeweizen. I'd put Belgian blonde the in between a Hefeweizen beer and a blonde beer. Yeah, it's something like that. And if you haven't had Hefeweizen, do yourself a favor and have yourself a well-made Hefeweizen. Those are very good beers. So, English Blonde Ale. Kind of a bit of a story of this beer. So, I was looking for something like a blonde ale to brew. I wanted something that was easy drinking, as I'm sure you've seen from the other beers, the Kolsch Pale Ale, what have you. But I wanted something with some really good character to it. So I found a really good recipe for a blonde ale online. I was like, okay, cool. I'm going to use this as a base, and I'm going to do some things with it. So I primarily did two things with it. First thing is the original recipe called for American ale yeast, which I substituted out for English ale yeast. You might be thinking, going from American to English really isn't that much of a change. Language-wise, kind of, sort of, and also like yeast-wise is a kind of, sort of as well. I'm gonna take a sip. So, American ale yeast tends to ferment cleaner. And what I mean by cleaner is the yeast will not impart as many flavors to a beer. So so you decide to get into this, and you're looking at yeast and different things and being like, how does a yeast ferment cleanly? Well, don't they all be clean? Cleanly means the yeast does not impart a lot of flavor to the finished product. American ale yeast is a very clean ale yeast. It doesn't give a lot of flavor to the finished product. English ale yeast impart a little bit of flavor. They will tend to contribute some esters. And then, like, if you were to use Belgian ale yeast, hot diggity dog, you're definitely going to be having, like, tons of esters. You're going to have tons of fruity flavor. Hell yeah, you're going to have a good beer. But I decided to go with English ale yeast because I wanted to get just like a little bit of character. What my vision for this beer was something that had some pretty good overall flavor to it. But how do I say this? Like good overall flavor, but like some like nice subtle complexity to it. So I did the change from an American ale yeast to the English ale yeast, which helped me out with my like esters and kind of getting like some like fruity notes from them, all that good stuff. And then my second bit of just a little bit of subtle complexity is I buy hops by the 1 ounce package, and the recipe did not use all the hops per recipe. So I decided to use the leftover hops as a dry hop, which is a hop you add into the fermenter. Like, this is a brew day. No dry hopping is going to happen. And also, this is an Oktoberfest. No dry hopping is going to take place today. When you dry hop, you basically just straight add hops to your fermenter. And when you do that, you get a lot of the more floral and subtle characteristics of the hop you added. So, and this is like kind of another like aside thing with like adding bittering hops and stuff. When you add your bittering hops, you're not gonna have so much of, how do I say this? You're not gonna have too many of those like subtle notes. You're not gonna have too many of those floral notes. So like, that's your like aroma, which like the check says is like pleasant, mild. Very a lot of the old world hops. Oh yeah, okay, so Toronto black, aroma, passion fruit, grapefruit, pineapple, grapes, lemongrass. UK Fugel, green tea, mint, grass, floral. A lot of those aroma flavors are going to come through more than the bittering ones when you dry hop. That is one of the advantages of dry hopping. That is what has given us the style of beer known as New England Pale Ale. Is you basically pale it, make a pale ale, and then you dry hop the ever-living crap out of it. And when you dry hop the ever-living crap out of it, congratulations. You've made a really delicious beer with a really short shelf life. Which is one of the problems of, which that's kind of like the issue when you like lean too heavily into like the more like floral flavor profiles of the hops, is because they are like the more subtle, more delicate flavors. They will break down, they're more readily to break down than like the bittering compounds. Because not only do the bittering compounds act as a preservative, hence they help keep your beer longer for better. Well, longer, better. Keep your beer at a flavor profile longer, which is a good thing. Yikes. They're also more resistant to breaking down. With an exception. May have been noticing. May have not noticed. Beers traditionally packaged, if it's packaged in glass. Granted, glass has fallen out of favor because we've come up with better can liners. That's a whole story for another day. It is traditionally packaged in brown, green glass, or any like reasonably darkly colored glass, due to the fact that if sunlight strikes a finish-made beer, or like what we have here in our kettle, which is the hops that are currently giving their flavor compounds to the beer, when sunlight strikes those flavor compounds, it will cause them to denature a slight bit, and will actually, so sometimes you may have heard some like beers, especially old beers, or maybe even some like imported beers, as having a bit of a skunkiness to them. That is caused by that is a thing that happens when sunlight hits beer. It is very not good for sunlight to hit beer. This is why we're brewing beer in the garage today. There ain't a whole lot of that sunlight. I mean, there is kind of a window behind me, and I have a garage door open to maintain a reasonable amount of fresh air because I technically have an open flame going right now. But that's why beer is packaged in brown and green bottles. That is specifically done to keep the compounds from the hops from breaking down and creating off flavors in the beer. Oh, goodness gracious. I feel like I kind of want to just take a break from the yap. and just enjoy beer. But yeah. So this is UK Fuggle, green tea, mint, grass, and floral for flavors. Yeah. Yeah. Granted, like, hops just smell amazing. So I'm just gonna go ahead and add those to our little container. And I actually like to take these and set these off to the side, because they smell really good. And I like to smell them. I mean, not only do I like smelling the, like, actual hops, like this stuff, but it's also just fun to, like, smell the bags after. Okay, so that's that. And then our checks. Okay, what do we got here? Ooh, wow, that actually is, like, really clean smelling. Pleasant mild. Yeah. Yeah. Not a whole lot of, like, notes to that. Which is fine. Just like I guess a hop you can add to add some characteristics and keeps things alright. Okay. So, I'm gonna just take it easy for a little bit. We are at the half-hour mark in the boil, so we've got another half-hour to go. We're gonna have we do have a couple milestones, though. The big milestone is at 15 minutes, 4 o'clock. I'll be adding what's called the wort chiller. Let me grab that right here, you wort chiller. This is the wort chiller. It's basically copper coils that hooks up to a hose. This is going to be what we're going to use to chill the wort, because we have a tumbling and bubbling kettle at an absolute incredible 212 degrees Fahrenheit. Yeast ain't gonna survive for a minute in that. So, once we are done adding our hops and letting everything do its thing for the amount of time it needs to do so, we are gonna cut our flame off and let it settle down. That's what we're gonna do. But because one of the things you gotta do in, like, beer brewing is, like, you gotta get this 5 gallons of liquid all the way up to boiling and all that good stuff, and then you gotta bring it back down to, like, 70 something, so you can add yeast, and then the yeast can be like, okay, cool, we can, like, do some stuff here. That's that's like one of those fun parts, because it's like, okay, you go in this direction for a little bit, and then you go on this direction. And a big thing is that's where we achieve our line from the hot side to the cold side of brewing. When you're on the hot side of brewing, your equipment must be clean, but it doesn't have to be sanitized. When you transition over to the cold side, your equipment has to be sanitized then. Because then you can introduce germs. Because basically we're creating an environment that is absolutely spectacular for single-celled organisms, and we don't want to introduce any into it. Other than our bad boys, the yeast. So yeah, that's a little bit of what we got going on. Germs. So right now, we're gonna let our kettle boil, do its thing, chill out, Hmm. We're gonna chill out. I'm gonna do a few things. One thing I'm gonna do is I actually prepared my sanitizing solution in my bottling bucket because I had to pick. Here's my fermenting bucket. That's the fermenter. There you go. Yeah, that's good. That's good. So, this is the fermenter. Say hello to everyone, fermenter. So, normally I will make my sanitizing solution in the fermenter, but I can't do that. Well, I didn't do it today because earlier today there was 5 gallons of blackberry wine in here. So I made the sanitizing solution in my bottling bucket just because that was a place where I can make it. And, well, yeah, I just made it in there and it's just been sitting in there. Eventually it's going to go in here because I need to, like, sanitize this. Okay. Yeah, we should go ahead and do that. So basically what this is a mixture of water with some really fun acids. Which, that was my tube. I have my, so this is my racking tube. This is stuff this is material I use to transfer beer in between containers once I hit the cold side of the process. I was using that to transfer the wine. That's gonna set off to the side. That's gonna live somewhere. But let me get the package for the sanitizers. So, I use what's called a contact sanitizer. Brand name is called Starson. It's made with some real fun chemicals. It's half phosphoric acid, 50%, and then I'm not even gonna attempt to pronounce the name of the other acid, but it's basically an acid solution that basically rips the cell walls apart of anything, and that's what we use to make sure these containers are clean. And also, I have with my wort chiller this thing. It looks dirty, doesn't it? It's not gonna look dirty for long. Not after sitting in there. But yeah, this is kind of one of the things I'll do during... Because, like, I pre-made this because I had to use it to clean out my, wine fermenter earlier. Well, to basically sanitize it, so that way, like, I could put the wine in there and not worry about anything. So this is basically, like, pre-made from that. And it's actually stuff that's good for a couple of days, But yeah, for now, take it out, and then, let's see here. I don't want to drip this on anything, but you can kind of see that it's cleaned up a little bit. The wort chiller's been cleaned up a little bit. That's what I like to use the sanitizer for, is kind of clean up the wort chiller, because the copper kind of oxides, and there's, like, no easy way for me to, like, handle that. So, basically what I do is I just clean it in the sanitizing solution for a little bit, so that way when I add it to the kettle, I don't get as many, like, copper oxides going, like, into the, like, actual beer. just another thing I do like in like my part of the process and like my side of the world and stuff. So I'm gonna just keep sipping beer. Let's see. How warm is this? So it's a hair bit touchier than what my palms are, my hands are, that fun stuff. So that to me seems like it's definitely going to be at the temperature where it needs to be at when I need it to be there. So, which I'm probably going to add yeast to that to wake the yeast up once I reach the point, once I'm ready to start chilling this down. So, we're actually getting to the point where things are going to start to be a little bit more active in terms of like steps. Because we're like math. We're like 39 minutes in to this, and thanks to the constant dripping of the mash tun, we haven't lost too much liquid. Right now it looks like we are right at 5 1/4, which is ideally where we need to be at. I don't like to be lower than 5 1/4 because not all this liquid is going to make its way into the fermenter. I definitely want to have as close to 5 gallons, if not, I want to be plus 5 gallons. I mean, usually if I'm at 5 1/2, that's great. Sometimes I'm even more, like I'll have like 6 gallons or something, and that honestly is a little bit too much. But yeah, we're getting to the point where we're starting to bring all this to the end. Our wort boil is coming to its end, and then that means we're going to chill it. That means we're going to add yeast to it. There's going to be a lot of steps. Like in like 4 minutes from now, we're going to be adding the remainder of our hops, and we're going to add the wort chiller. That's all going to go in there. And then that's only in there for 15 minutes until it's actually time to like mash this stuff out, and then we're going to chill it down, and then everything that's in this container is going to end up in this plastic bucket. And some of you might be wondering, well, why ferment in a plastic bucket? And it's like, plastic buckets are cheap, and plastics are a thing, and yeah, they just work. You can use what's called a glass carboy. Granted, you generally use that for secondary fermentation. So, like in primary fermentation, you usually produce like so much like gas, carbon dioxide, which are some of the off products of fermenting. You can't have that in a carboy environment because then it's just like too much for like the space of the thing, because carboys have like because a carboy is basically like a glass water cooler bottle thing. So it's like a big thing, and then it comes to a narrow point. When you enter secondary fermentation, you can definitely use a glass carboy. In primary fermentation, where the yeast are just like, oh man, going hog wild at all the sugar that's laid out before them, there's way too much carbon dioxide being produced to actually for that narrow neck or the airlock, the handle. I actually remember when like the wine that was in here was actively fermenting, and like that was pretty wild. And like the wine actively fermented for days and days and days. Like beer will actively ferment for like 2-3 days. Usually. It's usually like 2 to 3 days. It's like the active fermentation period. And then it kind of like settles down, and then like if you're making like a lager or something, in some cases even with like an Oktoberfest, with what we're making here today, like you can have secondary fermentation where you can move it to a secondary fermenter. and it can be in there. And have all that fun stuff happening. So, but for now, that's not what we have happening. We're just going to be chillaxing, and yeah, in 2 minutes we're going to have some stuff to do. But that's brewing. That, like, it's one part process. It's also like another part. It's just like waiting for a thing. Like, you do a thing, and then you wait a little bit, and then you do a thing, and then you wait a little bit. And you know what? It's kind of fun. Like, I mean, I can't be having music blasting around. I mean, I do have a BGM track, but that's... I mean, I can't hear it right now. Granted, may perhaps at some point should get me some, like, headphones for the thing. But that'll be eventually a laters. For now, I'm just focused on, like, having fun doing what I do and all that good stuff. So, we've hit the 45-minute mark in our wort boil. It is now time to add some hops. You kind of want to add these like you did the hops earlier. Kind of want to be a little... You can be a bit more aggressive at this point because, like, this is kind of, like, settled down some more, but you don't want to, like, dump everything in because, like, we're throwing, like, 2 ounces in. Whereas in, like, the beginning, earlier, we were only putting in, like, an ounce. And it took us, like, a good 3 minutes to add in that 1 ounce, so... But you can be a bit more aggressive at this point because the boil has been going on for a little bit. Things have kind of settled. You just gotta let this stuff chill. So, it doesn't look like it's doing anything crazy. It's definitely doing quite a bit of, like, bubbling and stuff, but... Woohoo! Granted, because I can, I'm gonna pick off a hops from a hop vine. So, those, guess what? You can just put them in there. That is an actual thing you can do. And that is an actual thing. I don't know. Ooh, that could be an angle for that stream. Okay, cool. So I always brew a pale ale with hops I grew myself, and I was trying to think about, like, how I want to, like, exactly present that, and I think I've got some good ideas for that just now. So that is the wort chiller going in there. We are definitely a little bit short on the amount of liquid we have, which is fine. I'm willing to live with it because I make 2 batches every season. I don't know if I do make a second batch with, like, so I'll, like, reharvest yeast from a batch of beer. If I do a reharvest of the yeast, if I rebrew Oktoberfest, I won't do that as, like, a stream. I might do, like, a post where on the Twitters where I talk about how you harvest yeast from a batch of beer to be used in another batch of beer. I'll probably do that, but I won't actually do the whole brew day because For those of you who are probably keeping track at home, this is actually now my longest stream at over 3 hours. Which my other brewing stream would have been that long if I didn't run out of propane, but I've got plenty of propane today. I have plenty. Oh wow, so my longer-ish streams have been 2 hours, 40 minutes. Cool. Cool. And then this one has broken the 3-hour mark. Cheers to that. Granted, also for those keeping track at home, I've only had like 1 beer per hour during this stream. Which I've got some more beers in my like queue, if you will. But I'll get to those. I'll get to those when I finish these. I've been trying to like. One of the things I'm trying to like really focus on is like continue the conversation, continue the yapping. Because I am not the most particularly skilled at it, but I want to do my best effort to be good at it. So, another note, probably can't see. I'm still getting a really slight drippage. You can definitely notice if I tip the mash tun. I am going to keep this going because admittedly where the amount of liquid I've got in here is a little bit lower than what I would like. So I'm just going to take every drop of liquid I can get. And also every drop of liquid is contributing more sugars to here. And the more sugar, the more alcohol. Granted, there's a limit to the amount of alcohol that's desirable, but we're nowhere near that. That's too much alcohol at this point is not a problem. When I yeeted my blackberry wine out of my fermenter to move it to a secondary, I tried a little bit of it. And trying that little bit, I was like, whoa. This might turn out to be a hair bit strong. Exciting. Exciting and also both kind of terrifying to me. It's a little scary to think that my first batch of wine might end up in like the 14% range. Because it was literally like not a lot. Like a quarter of an inch in this cup. Maybe a bit more. Maybe like 3/8 or something. But it wasn't a lot. And I was just like, woo, okay, yeah, there's alcohol there. Which makes me feel better about transferring it to secondary, because it seemed like it was still like reasonably actively fermenting. I was just a little concerned about that when I moved it over, but I was like, I really need to open up this fermenter for today's beer. But it definitely looks like it has enough alcohol in it to be pretty stable. Which, I mean, that's one of the nicer things with like wine and stuff is like, because of the higher alcohol content, it is more what's called shelf stable. It's more, or biologically stable. It's harder for bugaboos to contaminate it. Bugaboos being other like yeast, other bacteria. Stuff you don't want in it. But yeah, I'm sure it will turn out to be at least okay. I mean, it's my first time tackling wine in particular, and also it was my first time working with blackberries, so it was a very new process to me. And that's also like part of another reason why I didn't stream it, because right now we're brewing beer. Like, this is my 52nd. I've brewed over 50 batches of beer. Like, I know how to brew beer. I can make beer. I can talk about beer. Part of the reason why I'm doing what I'm doing here today. What better excuse to talk about beer than to make it? Like, drinking, I'm sure like a drinking stream is fun if I were to have like a reasonable amount of beverages prepared beforehand of interest and note, and also a collab partner. I feel like if I had those things, I could probably make for a pretty good like drinking stream, but don't quite have those resources right now. Well, don't have the collab partner and like all the various other resources, which is fine. I mean, like, my motivation for doing this, and I've said it a couple of times, and I don't know who might be watching now, but like, my goal is to get better at things that I'm not good at. Currently, I am good at making beer, but I am not good at yapping. Because normally, during periods like this, when it's like, okay, I've got 5 minutes until I turn this burner off, okay, do I have... is everything for the next step prepared? Like, do I have my side science experiment? This. Oh yeah, this feels good. This feels good. This doesn't feel like this would kill my yeast, which is the outcome I desire. Am I set for the next step in the process? Cool. I'm gonna just like pull up my phone and like maybe play Pokemon Go, or like check Twitter, or watch random YouTube videos or something. Like, if I was not streaming this, those are the types of things I would be doing. Or they're just blasting music that might make my neighbors uncomfortable because it's metal or something. it's either too metal or too weeb. Which is fun. But yeah, that's usually what I'd be like doing. Also, if I had a larger amount of like water, I'd probably also be actively emptying this, and just kind of thinking about that. But turns out so last stream I was a little plus on the amount of work. In this stream, I'm a little bit on the minus side. I don't have as much as I would like, which, end of the day, it's fine. It's I don't care. I've got 5 gallons. I got 5 gallons of wort in here, and that basically means I'm gonna probably ferment in with like 4.8 or something gallons. It's not my 5-gallon target. I don't care. I mean, I could add water to this, bring it up to my 5-gallon mark, and there I go, but I prefer to just like especially if it's like a small mistake like this, because like if you think about it, like a quarter of a gallon across 5 gallons is like a really small percentage, like less than 2% of a like miss on your mark. Why worry about it? Like, I know I'm gonna get good beer out of this. Like, like at the end of the day, like, I mean, I genuinely hope I've entertained some people out there, and like maybe showed some people like, oh hey, here's like a neat thing in the world. Like, this is how beer is manufactured. Like, I think that's a real fun thing to do. But like, aside from like doing those things, like, hey, I'm gonna have nearly 5 gallons of happily fermenting beer in my basement as the end result of this stream. So, like, and that's kind of like some of my like larger motivations with like streaming and stuff. Like, sure, I have a lot of fun with what I do. Like, it's genuinely been fun. It's like, this has been reasonably fun. Also reasonably challenging, but not so challenging to where it's like I'm tearing my hair out. And yeah, I mean, granted, I admittedly had a bit of a hair tearing out moment yesterday, but that was also because I was a big, dumb, stupid brain. But it's reasonably fun. So, 1 minute left on the boil. We're about ready to chill some word out. Which, getting ready for that. Mash tun gets turned off. Because we're currently sterilizing this right now. And it will not be much longer. Well, honestly. Why can't it be now? So, burner's turned off, as you can see. We've got a pretty steaming. Yeah, copper's hot. Copper's hot. Alright, so we are definitely at our slightly below 5 gallon mark. Ooh, that's a thing I wanted to do. Yeah. I want to go ahead and do that. Damn it. You know what? Let's go ahead and start chilling beer before I start having thoughts. Little beer before thoughts. So, be hooking wort chiller up. Then there we go. Got a little bit of water going in there. And we now have a little bit of water leaving. Now, water leaving is going to be... There we go. You can kind of see the bubbles. Yeah! The beer's now chilling. Kind of, sort of, a little bit. So, all that's happening. I'm going to bring my little handy dandy science experiment. Actually, we're going to just transfer to this right quick. Just for a little bit. Because we're going to go ahead and get this started. Because we got that started. So, now we're going to get this started. So, because all the various things we got to do. I really like the fact that because I turned off the burner, I could feel a noticeable decrease in the temperature of the shop. But here is our yeast. Now this has been chilling out since before the brew started. And this substance, since this is actual wort, it should make the yeast very, very, very. So, we've got that running. I've got some sanitizing solution in my fermenter. So one of the that happens that I may have been a little but salvageable is that. This one get dropped there. And challenge time. Don't bump camera. Oh, get down. Okay. Hell yeah. So, here's our chilling vat of wort. About to become beer. And here's our fermenter. So, if you look at this is a mash tun, not a fermenter. I apologize deeply. You can see how there is a bit of this smooth gunk to it. And if I take a chunk out, you can see it gets the texture changes. That texture change. This is all the like floaty bits. This is all the small stuff that rested and fell atop the grain batch when we were recirculating the mash. That's what that is. And it's now all destroyed. So, normally I would, if I had a larger volume of like wort to work with, I would be doing this while that's boiling. Right now I'm doing this while that's chilling. And there's reasons why I'm doing it now. Because there's no point adding more to this at this point because we don't want to contaminate this. We worked really, really, really hard to make sure nothing other than yeast can live in that. And right now that is horrendously hot. And let me assure you of that as the guy who has had to like stand over it for like the better part of an hour. Standing over a boiling pot that holds like 5 gallons of liquid that has the BTU output of a propane burner. That stuff be hot. So what I'm gonna do is I am going to empty out my mash tun. The purpose of emptying mash tun is I'm going to salvage this hot water. So there's actually 2 parts to the chiller. Well, 2 sides. There's the side that brings water in, and then there's the side that takes water out. That takes water out, we're gonna dump that water in here with the express purpose of using that water. It's gonna be cleaning water, and you might be thinking, cleaning water with this? Yes. Very odd sweet. And it's hot grains, alright. As all the flies in my local vicinity find out about the smell of the grains, but hey, as long as they're distracted by the grains and not the important shit, that's fine. So, get this out of here. And then once I get it out of here, boop, I'll be able to get the rest of these grains. A reasonable amount. And once I get those out, I can start putting my mash water in here. Woo! Woo! That's sweet, isn't it? Way too warm. there we go. So, we got a little pea stream. I always start off with a pea stream, or I generally want to run this with a pea stream with like the amount of with the volume of water I'm sending through the wort chiller, because the smaller the volume, the lower the flow rate, and the more time that water has in the coils of the wort chiller. Right now, that water's a little bit too warm. I'd like to be washing hands with her. And if I take a look at my... So, some of you may have noticed I have this thing. That's actually a thermometer. And that tells me the temperature. So, right now, we're currently approaching 70 degrees centigrade in here. Some of you might be thinking, that's hot. Yeah, you're right, it's hot. But by taking... So all the water that basically so this is water flowing through my wort chiller. This is water coming from basically my tap at tap temperatures, which Fahrenheit wise would be like 60 something. Like standard cold water. Gets sent through the nearly what was once a bubbling, boiling cauldron, and gets reduced to hot water. And what I do is I basically build this up as a reservoir of hot water. And this is actually my reserve of hot water that I will use to clean my equipment. And you might be thinking, that doesn't really look like clean water. Well, I definitely need rinse water. Like water, so like you can kind of see like how there's like hops clinging to the side of this and stuff. Like water that I can just use to like just put in a thing, swish it around, and then like dump it out again. That's what this is for. This is by taking wastewater from the cooling process and then using that water as part of my cleaning water, I can get really good water efficient. Granted, one of the benefits of where I live is I have basically a near infinite supply of water. Like parts out west in the Americas, they might worry about running out of water. I'm not worried about running out of water. I'm going to be able to brew beer with the water I have for a long, long time. So, since I'm kind of just relaxing, I'm really happy with that flow rate. That's actually like a really nice, like slow flow rate. Granted, it is also doing a reasonably good job at chilling the beer. And one of the reasons why I like to go with like a lower flow rate is that the lower flow rate allows the water to have more contact time in the coil, so it picks up more heat. Because right now we haven't even been chilling for like 15 minutes, and we're already at 65 degrees centigrade. And this is actually the part of the process where I actually keep track of things in centigrade, because they're easier to read on the thermometer down there. So yeah, I just keep track of things in centigrade at this point. And I've also poured myself a beer. This one being a Hefeweizen. So you can see it's a bit more cloudier. That's because of the yeast, and that's actually a feature of the beer. Because with your Hefeweizens, you usually want them to be a bit more like cloudy, a bit more hazy. And that's just due to all the like stuff from like the yeast and whatnot. So, where this stream is going. This stream is basically in its final stages. It's the last lap. So what I'm gonna do is I'm going. So once the wort is fully chilled down, which eventually, at least getting to the point, it's chilled enough to the point where I can actually hold the wort chiller. And I will occasionally do that. Pick the wort chiller up, spin the thing. Once the wort's fully chilled, I'm gonna get it into the fermenter that's behind-ish me. And then once the beer's in the fermenter, I'm gonna add the yeast to it. And then once the yeast is added to the thing, I'm gonna call stream there. I'm not gonna show the cleaning up because cleaning up is literally just me running around being like, okay, rinsing this out, filling it with water, rinsing it out again. I'm not gonna showcase that because that's just like way too much running around for me. But since right now we're kind of just chilling out, waiting for this to chill down, get to a reasonably good temperature, so that way we can like work with. But yeah, it's getting warm, but I can actually like keep my hand under the temperature right now. It's getting colder. Ah! My notebook is getting a little bit wet. But yeah, we are in the final stretch. Nice, cause that was the big like L from last brewing stream was I couldn't finish the stream out because I literally ran out of propane halfway through the hot boil. I don't even think it was that long. It might have been like 40 minutes or something. It was like kind of really early on. I was, man, this is like a really sucky time. They're like, yeah, so that's like the temperature of like you can kind of withstand, but still also kind of warm. Right down here, we are at 55 degrees centigrade in here. It's also good to get a little stirry at this point. So, once you get your wort fully chilled down, or at least reasonably chilled down, you want to give it a decent amount of stirring. Because once you get it to that point, it will hold on to oxygen somewhat reasonably well. I'm actually gonna I'm gonna just kind of kick you guys off to the side because eventually I'm gonna be doing some stuff down here. So just a bit of a forward to yeah. But eventually you do want to get a little stirry with it because you want to introduce oxygen to the wort. Because this, our science experiment, as you can see, that now has yeast in it. The yeast actually need oxygen to multiply. However, this is going to be the only part in the beer brewing process where you wish to purposefully introduce oxygen to the beer. Past this point, oxygen is very bad because oxygen is a very reactive molecule. The reason why it's part of the base of our metabolisms. Yeast need oxygen so that way they can multiply. Because you want to have a very healthy yeast population in your beer. Past that point, you don't want any oxygen exposure to happen to your beer because that will create oxidation and potential off flavors. Once again, the can is basically the ultimate container for beer. Bottles are definitely more reusable and more home brewer friendly. Hence why I use them for my brew. This beer is going to eventually go in bottles. But commercial stuff is definitely best served by can. Hands just hold up some back. This is so we're at the point where initially you can achieve a pretty decent temperature reduction. Oh. That's where we're at. So initially you can achieve a pretty good temperature reduction just by like letting the thing stand still and you just do nothing and you just like let water go through it. Right now, this is at 50 degrees centigrade. About 120-ish Fahrenheit, freedom units. Fahrenheit begins with an F. Freedom units. They truly are freedom units. So, this is the point where the wort chilling becomes kind of a slog. And by a slog, I mean it just goes slowly. Well, it takes more time to gain a reduction in temperature, especially once you hit like the 50 degrees centigrade mark. Because ideally, we want to drop this to under about 25 degrees centigrade in the Celsius units. In the kind of more sciencey than Fahrenheit, but not the true science units, because the true science units are Kelvin. But yeah, this is just a part in the process where things just take time. In which case you can speed things along by giving things a stir. Because basically once we get things, because ideally you want to hit at least 30 centigrade, because at that point, so I'll be fermenting this in my basement. Currently my basement sits at around 66, 65 degrees Fahrenheit. Really good temperatures for fermenting beer. Granted, I'm going to look at the back of this packet just to double check, because I know this is... Yep. So, ideally, for this lager yeast, we want to give it 12 to 18 degrees centigrade, 53.6, 64.4. I actually free some ice blocks? Actually, wait, I can show an ice block. I have an ice block like next to me. Let me show it. So I'll take like these like Ito In tea bottles and freeze them, like this one. So I have these in a cooler next to me. This is actually how I was like keeping beer on hand, and I will like use these to like I'll like place these around my fermenter just to drop the temperature around the fermenter a bit. Oh my gosh. Ever since I turned off the burner, the temperature in the garage has like dropped by like 5 degrees Fahrenheit. I went from uncomfortably sweating to like, this is okay. But yeah, as you can see, still like a real nice warm temperature. It's not like cold. Warm. And like warm to the point where you have trouble keeping your hands in it, i.e. really good for washing dishes. Temperatures. So circle that, stir it, call it whatever. Where are we at? We're at 45 degrees. A bit above 110 Fahrenheit, so. Yeah, this is the part where this takes a little bit of time. It just takes time, and just gotta let the thing run and all that good stuff. Hey. Huh. Sorry about that. The iPhone has entered in its low battery mode, which It's actually historically has entered that mode sooner than like days like today. So it's been quite the champion. I'm real proud of it. And I also feel like one of the things I did for today's stream in particular was I have a supply vent for my HVAC system, and I opened it up for today's stream because burning propane grill thing, one, it puts positive pressure in the space, is more likely to force the exhaust out. Second is it helps chill things down. Because woof, like the first time I did a brewing stream in here, like it got like really warm. Goodness gracious, this is like wretchedly uncomfortable. But yeah, so we can enter in a cleanup. So I just kicked the bucket that held all the grains off to the side. My propane canister closed. Go ahead and off. Also, I got that tight. I'm gonna have to take that off after stream. Because I made that really tight because it was kind of leaking gas. And not just like a little bit, like I could hear it. Oh. Yeah. We're starting to come up on 40 degrees. So we're still over 100 degrees Fahrenheit on this. Still kind of warm. I'll get there, so. I definitely have to get to the point where I have to at least get this to around 90. Any warmer than that is bad for the yeast. If I get it down to 90, somewhere in the 80s, 70s, yeast are going to be like, okay, cool, we can live with this. But this is... I know I've said there's like a lot of parts that are kind of boring. Like mashing. But mashing, you can kind of just like step away, do something. This part of the process, kind of have to babysit it. You gotta babysit it. That water's well. The water in the thing is like... It's really good, like, dishwashing temperature. Like, it's now warm enough to where if you stick your hand in it, it's like, ooh, that's a little warm, but I can actually kind of, like, keep my hand in it. And, like, great dishwasher. Dishwashing for water. Past that, probably not good for much else. Well, we're going to use this to clean up all the equipment and stuff once we get to that point, but... That's going to be... Cleaning up the equipment and stuff is going to be an off-the-stream thing, because it's way too much it's way too much running around. Like, I can actually stay in one place and, like, manage all the various, like, parts of the beer brewing process. As long as I've got all my materials prepped. Right now... It's a little challenging to... handle everything. If I was to be like running around, like actually having to like move throughout the shop and stuff. So we're just gonna kind of chill, hang out. This is starting to fill up, almost to the point where it should be a concern. Not quite there yet. Not gonna worry about it. So, also, so a bit of a fun fact with Oktoberfest is that this beer was actually originally brewed to celebrate a wedding in Bolivia. And that was in 1810. I think it was King Ludwig the First, and I forget the bride's name. But that's the origin of this beer, is that there was this wedding in Bolivia, and they're like, we gotta have a beer for this. And they came up with Oktoberfest. And to this day, they celebrate Oktoberfest in, I think, Munich, Germany? Ooh, sorry about that. And that, so, like I was reading on the Wikipedia article before stream, like, what year was it? It was 2014. In the year 2014, like 2 million gallons of beer were consumed at Oktoberfest, which, granted, Oktoberfest takes, like, the actual, like, festive celebration actually takes place over, like, 2 weeks. Still, that's a lot of beer. That's 1 million gallons a week, and we've done all this work for nearly 3 hours and 45 minutes to make 5 gallons. Granted, I can make, it is quite possible for me to make 10-gallon batches. So what you can do is you can basically make a wort concentrated. Basically, I scale the malt bill for like a 10-gallon recipe. I work with like probably like 5-ish gallons of wort. And then once I go into a fermenter, I can then add water up to 10-gallon. So it is, I can actually brew 10, the mash tun's big enough, and the kettle's big enough, I can brew 10-gallon batches of beer with my setup. I don't have that kind of motivation to make 10-gallon batches, because, like, a 5-gallon batch is in my view, like, a pretty good sized batch of beer. Like, oh shit, 5 gallons is a fair amount of beer. I know I keep track with, like, in my, like, recipe notes and such, like, it's like at least like 20 some odd bomber bottles, which is like 22 ounces plus a dozen ounce bottles. So a fair amount of beer. And let's see, actually, I am curious about this. How many batches of beer have I brewed this year? So including today, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. Oh, we're actually doing really good this year. This is actually like my 6th batch of beer for the year. Usually my average is like 7. 7 to 8. Because it's taken me like... So I started brewing in 2017, and it's 2024, and I've brewed 52 batches. Okay, so we have just hit the under degree mark here. So we're almost done. I mean, I'm probably gonna wait for this to hit 90-ish degrees, and then I'm probably going to take everything out, set it to the side, sparge the beer off. Actually, is my fermenter ready? Yeah, fermenter is reasonably ready. I've got the sanitizer sitting in it. So I've got the sanitizer sitting and the fermenter. So once this is chilled, and I take everything out, and I pull the remaining. I pull the beer out of here into the fermenter, and then I hit it with the yeast. That's it. That's going to be the stream. That's going to be the stream. So just heads up, we're nearing the end. Kind of okay. We're sitting at like 37 degrees centigrade at the kettle. But yeah, that's just how this goes. And that's the end of the Hefeweizen I prepared. So, once all that happens, and the pre-set stuff, because now this is actually at a point temperature-wise where we can actually like throw yeast at it, and our yeast aren't gonna die. Like if you're above 100 degrees Fahrenheit, yeast are like, ooh, this is warm and hot and deeply uncomfortable, and we're just gonna die now. Which, as a human being, if I was just suddenly dumped from like 60 degrees to like 100, I'd be like, yeah, this is hot and uncomfortable and I don't like it. But I'm still in the 90s here, so I would like to at least pull out of the 90s down into the 80s before I actually like send my yeast in. Because actually getting to, so you may have noticed I mentioned earlier that the yeast likes 60 down to 50s. Once I throw that into like a 60 degree base environment with ice blocks, I'm going to be able to hit that temperature very, very, very. Like, I know I can hit that temperature very, very, very quickly. It's just a matter of just taking the time, making sure I have my ice block set, all that good stuff, and going with it. So we're going to continue to let this chill. I nearly have a full mash ton of water. I eventually need to consider redirecting the water out. I definitely have ended up a little thin on the amount of water I have in here. Currently, it looks like I'm sitting at just at 4 3/4 gallon. Ideally, it would be more. Ideally, it would be a lot more. Reasonable bit more. At least a half gallon more. Like if I was sitting at 5 1/4, it'd be great. It'd be great. But that's not where I'm at. Oh. Okay, so I'm done filling this. And we will continue to just chill the beer for a little bit longer, because definitely want to get it to the temperatures I want. I don't think it's super necessary to get it to that point, but I want to make sure I get it to that point, because I want this beer to have its best life. and getting it to under 90. If I hit it with the yeast, then it's going to be fine. It's going to be fine. The yeast are going to show up and be like, okay, cool. This area has just basically been cleared out for us. And we're going to go to town on this stuff. This stuff being the like sugars and wort and so we'll just wait a little bit more longer and then I mean we're getting pretty close to being there, so I think what's gonna happen is, let's see, I'll probably give this like another minute-ish. And at the end of that minute, I'll go ahead and get the mash tun ready, and we're gonna pull beer into, well, we're gonna pull wort out of the kettle and stick it in for a minute. So that's gonna be a thing that I'm gonna have to like move camera for. So I'm gonna kind of just get ready a little bit. Well, I hope all of you all are having a good Sunday wherever you all are at, or even Monday. Because some parts of the world are at Monday right now. That's doing some good stuff. I'm gonna take my little science experiment. Yeast, give it a twirl. And it's going to sit there and do the things that I've got. Fermenter. Ooh. Oh, sanitizing solution. And kind of just give it a bit of a circle. Circle. Something like that. Just to kind of like make sure all the sides are clear and all that good stuff. And then with that, it's empty. And I'm just gonna make things a little bit less doxing for me. And let's see, where are we at with the... Okay, cool, we're below 90, so I'm gonna go ahead. Please. So, you might be seeing me having this long pee stream going into like a fan in the fermenter. The reason for this is surface area. This is the one point in the beer brewing process where we want to have a reasonable amount of surface area. Or at least surface area of stuff exposed to oxygen. So we want to expose everything to oxygen so that way we can get oxygen into the wort. The reason we want oxygen in the wort, once again, is because yeast need oxygen to multiply. And we want these yeast to go in here and go hog wild. Woo-hoo. But yeah, this is just going to be me being pretty chill while I just babysit this. Sorry if it ends up being like kind of a little bit boring, but I really got to keep my eyeballs on them. Granted, this is not a long process because we're already almost at like 2 gallons left. I'm gonna go ahead, open this all the way, and bring the kettle in, and then it fans against the other side. the wort chiller goes out, goes into here. I turn off my water supply. The water supply is off. We've got our remaining dredges of beer going into our fermenter. Wow, that not be as much as I thought it would. Currently, we got 3.5 gallons in here. And we'll be able to get at least 1 more gallon. So we should at least be looking at like 4 gallons overall. Also, we have like a little bit of happy yeast here. Actually. Damn it. Yeah. So you can see in the kettle, there's a green area, and then the brown area. The green area is where we have all the hop residue. One of the reasons why we want to have a little bit of extra wort, a little bit of extra liquid, we want to keep the green stuff in the thing. And I was a little aggressive with that, but that's because I literally hit 4.5 gallons in there. So as you can see, close the tap. So valves close off. This is all the remaining like residue. So if you do a good circulation and different other things, you can actually keep a fair amount of the hop residue out of your actual beer. Some people have screens and different stuff. I just really haven't bothered with that. So we've got our yeast. Now we'll just shake this up really good. Cap. Off. And we'll add it in. And now the yeast can go hog wild in the environment we have created for them. So there's 2 more steps left. Give me a minute here, because I'm actually working on something. So what I'm working on is I created like a thin film of the sanitizing solution on the lid. So my handle's on side of the world. I'm gonna take my hole and it's gonna be on the opposite side. So fermenter's now capped. Now here is an airlock. I'm gonna fill the airlock with sand. Yay. So here is my airlock with the sanitizer. And I will now slowly add that on. Because when you push your airlock on, it causes air to go through. Get too much through, might get pressure differentials, which will cause some of the sanitizing solution to like drop back into the beer. Unideal, but it happens, and it's not like. So, with that, with this is a brew day from nearly start to finish. I mean, I've got a kettle to clean, I have a mash tun to clean, I have grains that need to be deposited, I have a shop that needs to be put back together. But generally speaking, from begin to end, from mashing, striking in, recirculating the wort, mashing out the wort, boiling the wort, adding our hops, and then cooling down and adding our yeast. This is beginning to end the day in the brewing process. So I want to extend a very deep thank you to anyone and everyone who showed up today. I hope you found today's stream and topics covered entertaining and even, who knows, maybe a little bit informative. And I would like to wish all of you a good afternoon, morning, evening, or even night, wherever it is, wherever you are. And with that, my name's Sugi Yamagawa, and I'm VTubing my slow life hobbies in my 30s. And I'll see you all in the next one. Okay, bye-bye.